Good morning. How's everybody doing on this fantastic Friday? Bitcoin broke out, so my little bird was right. Birdie told me that a Bitcoin was going to break out yesterday, and it did. Woohoo! Bitcoin did absolutely get some moving yesterday, didn't it? Literally over 115. There wasn't no stopping it, or as I assumed, and it did stop. We actually had Trump come out last night and bring up some more tariff fears, and basically that caused risk markets to sell off hard. Basically, Bitcoin, it didn't even slow Bitcoin down though. So if you go look at your risk markets, you're going to see a retracement of yesterday's entire range. You even took out yesterday's low. So, yeah, that's what's going on. The VIX is currently gapping up and retesting the yearly opening range. So we'll have to keep this on watch today, as if it is trading above the yearly opening range, we don't want to be holding long positions on the ES. And we're also going to discuss some macro stuff here on the ES today. And we'll look for some trades, as that's what we do. I actually tried to short because I got up at 3 o'clock this morning on Jasmine, and it didn't work out, so I ended up closing it. But I didn't close it on purpose. I went to lay back down to try to grab an hour or two of a nap, or at least just to get out of the chair. And I set my stop loss to break even. And when it traded back up here, it took me out of the trade. I literally just got the alert not too long ago. So I took it over here at 3 o'clock in the morning. Or actually it says 5:30, so it wasn't 3. But I took it here because this was a breakdown move here. It retraced to 786 just of this little leg of down price action. So I was looking for it to reverse here, roll over, and come down and hit my target, which at that point was going to be a VWAP wiggle. You could see it fell short of taking me out. Went back up and stopped me out. So that sucks, but I mean, I still like it lower, at least to there. I mean, yeah, I do believe you're going to test the VWAP. If the risk markets stay bullish today, like if a lot of markets roll over, then, I mean, stay bearish from yesterday. If they keep going lower, making lower fresh daily lows all day, then I would assume at least a couple of these alts might feel it, but they might not. You know what I mean? I mean, just look at this Pendle. This thing is freaking moving. I mean, just imagine buying that at 14.5. Boom. Pendle, what's it doing? Look at that. Absolute beauty. Fantastic stuff. So hopefully some people were able to catch some of that. I mean, it ain't like we weren't talking about it. All right, so here, let's go ahead and look at this. Is this working yet? Negative Ghost Rider. Still not working. I don't know what's up with X. I think they're doing something with Grok. Because the last time I used Grok, it had little snowflakes flowing through on the screen. So maybe they're working on that. This trade right here yesterday, after I realized that the funding rate was 2.0 and longs were getting paid at a 2% interest, my exchange would only allow me to buy 2,000 hyper coins. So I could only take a position with 20x leverage. I could only take a position with $22. But since that funding rate was so high, that ended up just being long $22. Whether the position went up or not, I made $81. Look at that ROI, 900%. When this closed out, I was actually at about 700%. Now, obviously, it's only $22. $81, that's free money. Absolutely free. Just for putting the position on and setting in it. Because that funding rate was changing every hour. So here it is. After 2 hours, I made $18. So all I had to do is not lose on the trade and just keep it open. Do you understand what that means? That literally means that just to set in this thing short, you're going to pay a lot of money. 2%. So it was literally keeping it from going down. Like, no one's going to short that. Nobody that's got any sense in their mind. They're not going to short that. You're actually getting paid to just hold long. So that was a phenomenal trade. It wasn't for a lot of money or anything, but it was free money. And then that's how it ended today. I ended it not there. Probably around that mark, because I went to bed. I set my stop loss to way better than break even. I set my stop loss right here on the 4-hour chart. So I bought it here. And when I went to bed, it was trading up in this area. So I set my stop loss about halfway to my entry. So this is what caught me, this wick down. Took me out of the trade, but I made all of that funding money. So I don't even know how much money I made on the funding. I made over $100, I guarantee it, on just funding fees, just for sitting in it long. Man, how nice it would have been to be able to take that position with a normal size position to make 1,000% on like $1,000. That would have been fabulous. But they were definitely holding that back. The funding rate today on that is much less. Today it's 0.37, so it's still super high if you're trying to short it. Here it is. It's still super high. Still really big. But when this flips to paying shorts, it will get crushed. But it's still paying longs. So right here, that number, so you can't really see it. It's 0.37 to the negative. Whenever it's negative, that means you got to pay. If you're short, when it's a positive funding rate, you get the shorts get paid. So when it's negative, you pay as a short. When it's positive, you get paid as a short. It's still negative, so longs are still getting paid. And the position size for me is still restricted to 1,000. But if the reason I'm bringing this up is because you need to check this on your exchange and see what your funding rate is. These funding rates are different. They're exchange based. But if your exchange rate is more than 0.00, then you should really think about that. I've already checked across all of our hot lists today. All of our hot alts. These are all good to trade except for this one. This is the one I'm on. Has a super high funding. I think it's LPT and Farcoin both have the same funding rate at 0.01. So the funding rate is expensive on Fart. However, it's paying shorts. It's positive. So right now it's paying shorts, and it will pay shorts for another 2 hours. But shorts have not been able to get anything going because everything is just so freaking bullish, except the ES. Everything else is just insanely bullish. Even Tesla was insanely bullish yesterday. So Intel pulled back a little bit. XRP, look at this freaking thing go. That thing is going, gone. Doge, all of them. You're going to be hard pressed not to find an alt that looks like Bitcoin right now. And like I said yesterday on Twitter or on X, there's not much liquidity holding this thing back now. So it literally could look like this for 3 weeks. It could do something like that for 3 weeks. So please just be careful. If you're trying to short these, understand that, yeah, they're extended today, but they can be a lot more extended than they are. I'd say most of them are hitting overbought. Look, Bome hasn't even hit overbought yet. Farcoin has not hit overbought yet on the daily. It's hard to get long Farcoin right now with the structure that it's currently giving us with the actual 4-hour candlestick structure here, as we've already taken out this candle's low and we're currently trading under the intraday VWAP, and shorts are the ones getting paid with a higher funding rate. The funding rate on Farcoin has been cheap. It just got expensive yesterday. So we're currently waiting to see what happens with ES here. Gold also breaking out to the upside based on that Donald Trump tweet last night. So gold was kind of working out. It was actually holding resistance at the 50% retracement. And then after that tweet came out last night, boom, up it went. And that's when the ES rolled over. So we're going to give the ES a little bit of time here to suss out direction. But you can see it's currently testing that intraday VWAP and currently holding support at the weekly open as well as the July VWAP. So that would have been a good place to be a buyer if you would have been awake when it traded down to it. The weekly open, it's the weekly open, Monday's midpoint. There's Monday's low. So that's going to be your weekly low. So if you stretch this range out, you can see you basically just tested the midpoint of the weekly range here, as well as July's volume weighted average price. So a really good level to look for, at least a spike long for a intraday VWAP retest. So if the sellers are going to hit it, we would expect them to hit it here. So I'm going to go throw on a short for now. Just a quick little put over here. 4 days out. Nothing major. I'll lose $155 on this trade. Max. Let me see if I get filled. And the reason we're going to take the short is because we're under the intraday VWAP. We haven't really been able to do that. The S&P hasn't been able to do that all week long. It's not really been able to break down and retest it from the bottom and break back down. And if we go, let's go look at the Magnificent Seven. As Nvidia hit a $4 trillion market cap yesterday, guys. $4 trillion. Nvidia is now the leader in the S&P 500 for market cap. You can see you pulled back on most of these things. Nvidia is back up to all-time highs. So as long as this thing is rocking and rolling like this, that short will not work. And like we said, the VIX retested the 2025 yearly opening range. So that would have been a spot to short the VIX. But we'll see what it does. Farcoin is currently making lows. So I'm going to close out this long position and look to put on a very small short on Farcoin. Right here. Oh, I don't want to do that. We'll go market. Just a very small position to start with. We made a lot of money yesterday. A lot of money. I made a lot of money yesterday on Farcoin. So I got plenty of cash to spare here. But we'll see if it wants to get some downside continuation today. I don't know that it will. But you're currently you're currently in good shape to print a bearish engulfing 4-hour candle. There's 25 minutes left on this candle. We don't need the week open. We're nowhere near that, but we do need the monthly res and the weekly res levels. This is that false breakdown here. So damn it, right? Should have been a buyer there. I even brought that up in the Discord saying when we were testing the 2024 yearly opening range that if it didn't look so bearish and have a fresh trend line breakdown, I wanted to buy it. But there's no way to know that that's going to be a bear trap. But the reason I was even bringing up buying it was because hype had already put in its bear trap. It had already broke down and was already back up in here. So if you look at around the same time here, Wednesday around midnight, Farcoin was doing that. So that's the reason why I was like, I'm thinking about buying this. But ultimately I didn't buy it until later on. So I did catch all of that move yesterday. Every bit of it. In fact, I literally just closed out the last long trade that I took on it yesterday to open a short. And there's still plenty of room for it to pull back. I don't think these things are going to be able to. There's so much hype on this right now. People are so strong and long. Breakouts tend to do that. When Bitcoin gets ripping to the upside, people love it. They like to jump in. So we're going to watch the ES. We're already one strike in the money on that. pull that chart up over there. How's everybody doing this morning? Quiet. Everybody's quiet, huh? You guys are just making so much money you don't have nothing to say? Yeah, everybody's rich again. It's nice when Bitcoin's making fresh all-time highs. That cold wallet storage account grows and it looks good. So we know that the funding rate on weeks is paying shorts to hold short Farcoin, and its funding rate is expensive. I don't know if that's going to influence sellers to short this or not, but that, in a sense, that's the only reason why we're looking for a short. We're just looking for a correction, an intraday correction. What the hell was that? Okay, so now that everybody's here, let's talk about ES real fast while Farcoin. If you want to short Farcoin, you're looking to short it as long as it's trading under the intraday VWAP, not above it. Above it, the risk is it keeps going up, right? But as long as it's below it, as long as price is heavy under the VWAP, then it suggests that the sellers are, in fact, you do have people taking profits. So with that, we'll give it time to play here, but I do want to go discuss this. Well, let me leave this chart on the 5 minute, doesn't matter. So basically, okay, so I went back in time on this chart. I posted it on TradingView since Twitter's down. I posted this on TradingView through my official Trade Talk account. But every time since the 90s that the S&P's had a significant pullback, and by significant, I mean 20% or more than 15%. And if it got a 20% move higher in less than 60 days, we have seen profit taking happen on that almost every time. Literally almost every time. Sometimes it takes a little longer. This one, it wasn't one of those times because we're just at 20% here. Notice how many days, 91 days, 60 days or less. Excuse me, 56 days, 22%. And then it traded sideways after that. Well, anyways, it does this for every other correction. Every single time you get a 20% move in less than 60 days, you do get a correction. That one it did not also. So twice. So just looking at data, here was a perfect one, right? 20% up, less than 60 days, and then you had a significant pullback. And this is what we have right now. We're at 23% and we're over 60 days. So we could see some profit taking happen here. Hence the looking for the short today on risk markets, right? Because of this. Also, there's another chart. The seasonality election chart. I got off of Bravos's YouTube channel. So this is his chart, but I've seen this chart posted by other people. So this isn't just his data, but I'm letting you know that he is my source for this chart. The seasonality, the 4-year election cycle seasonality, the S&P 500 has been trading very, very close to this. So these guys also are taking profits yesterday on the ES longs that they've been holding, right? So if you've been holding long S&P 500 anything, this is a decent time to take profits. And the reason is because it's almost impossible to time the market, but you can do it, right? You guys see me do it all the freaking time. So it's not impossible to time the market. It's just very hard to do it. So where would we be looking to re-enter our longs on the S&P 500 if we do in fact get a near-term correction? We would be looking for a retest of the 21 exponential moving average. So you're just now retesting the July VWAP on the cash market, the SPX. And this is the July VWAP on the CFD. Well, we're going to go out to the daily and turn on the 21, but we're going to do that on the SPX, not the CFD. I just find it's better if you track the actual cash market. So you can see the 21 exponential puts you back down around the old all-time high. So that would be the first place that we would watch. We wouldn't just jump straight in with a long if it gets down here. We want to see it build in support like Farcoin did on an intraday basis yesterday. We want to see that happen on a daily basis down here on this. We want to see this pull in, do support, act as support, then we can buy it. So that way if it breaks down, we can get out quickly. But if it starts to trade back to the upside, we can just leave it long. If it doesn't work there, there's a gap right under down at 6,000. I do not imagine us going much farther than that. So the first place to look will be your 21 exponential, wherever that may be, because it'll more than like just by today's close will probably put you up above the all-time high. So we'll watch for the first 21 test that we get to see if that acts as support, and if we lose that, then we're going to be watching for this gap fill, and that will also put us perfectly in line for a gap fill on the VIX up here. We get that gap fill on the VIX. It's still an unfilled gap, so $20. If we get a 20 tag on the VIX, we can look for longs on the S&P. Now, if you don't want to time the market, you obviously do not have to close out your longs today, because I clearly do not know if it's going to roll over or not. Right? We basically went through that yesterday. That is the holy grail of trading. If you want to be a better trader, you want to make money doing this, stop trying to predict price movements. And you will be a trading legend once you realize and fully understand that it's not you predicting price that is making you money. It is you putting money to work at opportunistic times and managing your risk. That's how you are making money. You will become a trading legend. Let me put this up top real fast. Here. I need to watch that because I currently have risk on without a stop, which I never suggest anybody do. I do that because I can afford it. All right, so yeah. So if we fill this gap, we're going to be looking to add the positions back on. But if you don't want to try to time the market, then you can clearly just continue to hold long S&P 500. Obviously, you do not have to take profits or any of that if you don't want to. This is for my near-term scalper bros, my day traders. Yeah, we're going to kind of see here if we're going to get a pullback based on that 20% 60-day data. All right. Wild USDT. I'm assuming it has exploded to the upside. Well, it's not. It's WLD. It's WorldCoin or something, right? I'm assuming it's, yeah, doing pretty much the same thing all cryptos are right now, and that's mooning. See, we just had the perfect scenario where Bitcoin dominance has been weak. We've been looking at this chart for the last 2 weeks now. 2 weeks. I keep bringing this up on a daily basis to show you guys. You don't want to be short alts when dominance is going down. If dominance is going up, then you can look to short some of your weaker alts. But as long as dominance is going down like this, alts have a tendency to explode. Especially the ones that most people are trading. The ones that don't have much attention or whatever, they aren't really doing a whole lot. But Farcoin was up 20% yesterday. So don't let today's range fool you. This beast was up huge yesterday. 19%. Here is what intraday support looks like. Yesterday, while we were doing the live stream, this was the level that we were looking to buy. Right? I know a couple people bought it. They showed me in Discord, in my DMs. So a few people bought July's open yesterday because it was clearly holding support on an hourly closing basis. It took a lot of time to do its thing here. That's what we want to see. We were above the July opens, or the July VWAP. We were testing July's open from above price, coming in from above. That's a bullish signal, not a bearish signal. So we wanted to be a buyer there. And if you held it, you did really good. Really, really good as it moved up 20%. Here's the daily open. So you were real close to the open, comparatively speaking, when you bought the July open. So it was only up 2.6% here on the day. So as it was testing support, it was only green by 2%. By the end of the day yesterday, you were up 20%. If you got any leverage on that trade at all, that thing is going to make a lot of money. When the asset moves 5 to 10%, you're going to make a lot of money. When it moves 20%, get the F out of here. You had a great day. So risk is rejecting the weekly open. If you want to be a buyer on risk, you can buy the weekly open. Well, you could have, but it's rejected it already and right back up to the intraday VWAP. So it looks like they're going to buy it back up today. Wait a minute. So my attached VWAP here is different than what I'm showing on the actual ES. Here's the actual ES. So this is the VWAP on the ES futures. So it just went down and tagged the weekly open again and bounced hard again. So that is probably going to be the support. Because like I said, I mean, the VIX is under the yearly opening range and it's testing it as resistance. So you typically want to be a seller when that happens, not a buyer. You know you'll be wrong if you gap through it like you did here, right? Boom. Right here. Boom. You gap through it. But as long as you're trading and tagging it and rejecting it, then it's a short. It's not a long. A short on the VIX is equivalent to the long on the S&P 500. Tesla's bullish this morning. We're going to expect that simply because it rejected the breakdown of the triangle. You had 3 days for the bears to hammer this thing lower like that, and they did not do it. They could not do it. So now the bulls are winning. So now we're not going to be, I mean, you can be interested in Tesla as a buyer if you want, if you think it's going to test the top edge of this longer term, larger formation, as this is a rejection. So take that as you will, but it is a rejection. The problem I see, the only problem I see is you might, once you get a gap fill, roll over, but I would say the shorts already tried their hand at this because you already opened under the trend line. This, I just put this on today because since it's right back in the range, I'm just going to treat it as a failure. And this is the actual triangle. All right. I don't know that you're going to test the top edge of it, but since you failed to go below it here for 3 days and then got that reaction, I would be a buyer on Tesla as long as the midpoint of yesterday's candle holds. So in a sense, as long as you're not closing dailies back under 304 spot 05, I think you can be a buyer on Tesla. And I'm exiting that Farcoin short because Farcoin is breaking back to the upside. That was kind of a stupid place for me to take the short in the first place, right? This is the better spot. So we'll watch the 30-second chart to see if we're closing 30-second higher candles. If it fails to do that, then I have to take it with a smaller position size because my account is much larger than it was yesterday. That's always a good place to be, by the way. Not complaining at all. I don't think the Farcoin is a short. H.I. Hassan. The reason I'm shorting it is because it's got a very expensive, the funding rate is very expensive to hold it long. That might entice sellers because it had a very large move yesterday, like larger than a lot of other cryptos. A lot of your other alts only had 5 and 6 and 8 and 10% on the day. Farcoin by the end of the day was up over 20%. So I'm just assuming people are going to take profits. So that would cause like an intraday rollover, not like a full-on breakdown. So if you are shorting this, make sure your profit target is not very far away from the daily low, right? Because you're not expecting a severe downside move here. You're only expecting a correction, a pullback, something like this. Because at any moment, as long as Bitcoin is positive on the day, which it is, it's up 1.6%. You're structured bullish on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is an ocean. Altcoins are boats. If you got high tide in the ocean, then the boats are going to rise. So Farcoin is probably a long because it's so close to being it's neutral on the day. It's 0.7% on the day. So people that want to catch bullish momentum are going to look at that and be like, well, hell, it can go up at least 5% today. And it's right at almost zero. So that's a long. I don't like it because it's rejecting the intraday VWAP. But above that, I love it higher, not lower. Right? I'm only going by what price is doing with the volume weighted average price, with the indicator. It's it's not really a short. We have a long bias on these things. We are looking for buying opportunities, more or less. So I'm pretty much done for the week. Like, I'm just playing around right now. Whenever I get a massive move like that in my favor, I don't look a gift horse in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? If it wants to give me free money, I take it. But yeah, I mean, the shorts have been trying for 3 days to make money, and they have not been making money. Farcoin is a legit breakdown reversal. Like, legit. Super legit. Like, this is probably a long. Bitcoin broke out of its major channel trend line. I assume Farcoin will do the same as long as Bitcoin stays up on the day. And there's no reason to assume Bitcoin will not stay up on the day. You have broken out from the all-time high with bullish fury, and you are currently seeing bullish continuation. So it is not a short. Anybody that's trying to short this, they're trying to what is this? They're trying to short it because they're just trying to pick a top. That's literally it. That's their reasoning for that trade idea. Oh, I think it's going to roll over. Why would it roll over now? Why? Like, why would it roll over now? Like, if it was going to roll over, this would have been the last point for it to do that. You literally broke out above the descending trend line here. You literally consolidated right at it, which is a bullish signal. And then you literally got the move that we were looking for. Like, my thumbnail for this video is "It's time." This is yesterday's thumbnail. "It's time" is in reference to it's about to break out. And it did. And it's going higher. There's literally nothing left to stop it now. So think about all those billions of dollars that were spent accumulating Bitcoin on all these lows, right? During June, when we put in those lows, you had Michael Saylor, you had other billionaires buying this thing hand over fist. And now, boom. Yeah, I'm looking for Bitcoin to just continue to rise probably for the rest of the year. As long as Trump dials back his rhetoric on tariffs, I don't see why Bitcoin couldn't hit 140K this year. No problemo. Like, literally, no problem. It should be able to do that easily. You've got all these companies out there that are literally buying Bitcoin because they can't make money doing their thing. So now they want to be a company that just has a lot of Bitcoin on their books. So that way their share price can be lifted, or, you know, so essentially they can make money with Bitcoin. Like your MSTRs, and there's a bunch of other companies that are doing that now. It's not just him. So they've all been buying and buying and buying. The shorts are just going to fuel this to the upside. It's just going to help it. So if you want to short Farcoin, you're shorting it based on intraday price action only. Based on intraday price action only. Like, it's failing to get any bullish momentum above the intraday VWAP. And the funding rate's a little bit more expensive, but to be honest with you, the funding rate is not enough to keep me from buying it. It's not that expensive, right? Because Farcoin, if it moves like it did yesterday, today, then you're going to make a ton of money holding it long, even if you are paying the funding fees. That other asset was different because it had a 2%, not 0.002, 2.00000%, 2% funding rate. That is different. And it was being charged every hour, not every 8 hours. The Farcoin is every 8 hours. They were charging that every hour. That will put sell side pressure on it. Not this little tiny itty bitty thing that Farcoin's got today. But this is the place to watch for your short scalp. The VWAP. Let's look at cumulative volume delta. It's actually positive. It's up on the 30-second. It's super bullish. This is saying that volume is bullish. So for this last, since the open, all this is buy volume. .8% right now is what you got. So you're not negative on the day, you're positive on the day. If you start seeing big bearish volume come in, then that would probably help your short. But like I said, there's going to be buyers at the open. Almost guarantee it. I don't know that they'll win, but the sellers' backs are against the wall for sure. The sellers' backs are against the wall. So the bulls can run it if they want to. Profit target would be somewhere around the low of day. Low of day is 1.2823. You would want to take profits ahead of that level. I would take profits at that 1.2888. It's not a great short. Like, the target ain't great. The upside is just too risky. I already closed mine. That's dynamic risk management is great. I need to actually close the ES because it closed the 30-minute candle back above. So I'm going to close out that ES short. I'm only down $6.25 on it, so maybe I'll hold it a little bit longer, see if it can pull back a little bit more. But when everything is super bullish like this, you gotta treat almost every single red day as a buying opportunity, right? So your buyers on Farcoin might literally just be waiting to buy it when it's red on the day. Every red daily candle from here on out is going to have the potential to be a buying opportunity because the shorts got stuck. That key breakdown failure was the signal to exit the short trades. Good morning. VIX blowing up. Yeah, it's I don't know if I'd call it blowing up. Above the yearly open, I would say it's up. But as long as it's under the yearly open, it's still down. Right? It's still down on the year. But it is retesting it. It definitely is doing that. What would be a decent SPX pullback level again? A 21 exponential. Test and hold would be a good buying opportunity. On an intraday basis, they bought the weekly open so far. Let's see. I don't know about this. What the hell happened? Where did my indicator go? Not moon phases. This one. I just deleted the whole thing, didn't I? Yeah, I don't even know where I don't have any indicators now. I deleted them all. Accidentally. Let me do something here. Something is wrong with this. They just all disappeared. There we go. Well, it's still not up there. Thank you. Here is the weekly open on the SPX. Up here. Oh, so the cash market is gapping down below the weekly. And your CFD tested the weekly open to perfection. Yeah, I'm gonna hold this put for just a minute here. This could be a fake out move. Because the cash market's gapping down under the weekly open. See that? As long as the cash market's gapping under the weekly open, there's potential for the bears to jump in there. Clearly, there's a gap to fill to the upside, but if the sellers are serious about this move, I don't think you would get a gap fill then roll over, but it's possible. I think the trade would be either to sell it here or at the Monday high and lower, or be a buyer at the weekly open test, which has already happened. So that's your S&P 500. Longer term, you would just wait for the daily to have a consistent multi-day, like 3 to 5 day pullback, retest the old all-time high, or retest the 21 exponential moving average. Retest a level that will entice buyers to step back in, right? Or if you get a gap fill on the VIX, if you fill that $20 gap on the VIX, that would be a good time to be a buyer on the S&P. All right, Wi-Fi, or please check out WIF also. Whiff. I gotta set this back up because I accidentally deleted it. So yeah, this thing has already took out yesterday's low. Wow. This is a very thinly traded asset, I'm assuming. Well, it doesn't look very thinly traded. See, that's why I don't like this freaking... I don't know if it's this indicator or if it's that VWAP. It's probably the VWAP. It scrunches the intraday chart down. I don't like things like this. Like, I would stay away from this. This is garbage right here. If you're trading an asset that does this, you literally have no edge. Because these can come out of nowhere. I mean, who would have had a stop loss all the way down there? If that's a real candle, if that really happened, there's no way. There's no way to manage risk on this. But be very careful. I mean, on the daily chart, you've taken out the low of day. So as long as support, intraday support, hourly or 30-minute candles are holding as support, you almost have to be a buyer. Right? I mean, think about it. Whatever caused that big move lower right there, you're not getting downside continuation from it. A wick like that, this thing should already be trading back under $1 at least. And it isn't. It's holding support. So there's no way for me to know when it's going to run out of demand or supply. But at this point, I would say the sell side's been exhausted. because it couldn't get continuation off of that. It could take a day or two to exhaust it completely to see the repricing lower or higher. But I think as long as support is holding on WIF, you don't necessarily want to be a seller. So we've opened, you're holding the open, the New York stock market open. And we should mark that low day. Just so we know what's what. And then let's get a good look at the volume profile over here. You're within value. Your point of control has migrated lower here. I think if you want to short something, it would probably be better to short something like Jasmy because it's just weaker. And look at the volume structure. So your point of control is up here. Well, that's because price hasn't really been able to trade under it. But this is your low day on this, right? And we have a clear area to watch resistance. If you start closing 5-minute candles above 1.530, then you're threatening a run above the high day. But if you're holding under the value area high like this, you know, it's anybody's game at this point. And this is just weaker overall. Like on a yearly, monthly basis. It probably doesn't look weak on a monthly basis anymore. But if you're going to short something, you should short something that hasn't broken out yet. Like Farcoin's breaking out. So it's just not broken out above the wicks, but it's broken out above April's close, which is monthly res. The threat on Farcoin is that it continues up and breaks above June's high. That's probably the near-term target on this. Because like I said, you put in a false breakdown this month. Just 2 days ago, a false breakdown. So everybody that was short got stuck based on that. So this thing is going to chew through all the sell side liquidity today and probably move higher. Right? So let's get long with $200. See what happens with that. Because just the thought of that, like literally everybody that was short, they got it's over. Their short trade did not work. And it was right here, guys. Right here. This is why it was so important for this thing to roll over on a midpoint test. And it didn't. Because here's the breakdown. Here's downside continuation. This should have retested June's open and rolled over. But instead, you got that big erect candle there. So now anybody that's shorting based on this, that's going to be very little. Nowhere near the amount of people that were short down here. That's why you got this massive move. So many people jumped on this short based on this analysis. You have a breakdown of the trend. You're under the July VWAP. Like structurally, this chart had changed. But now, yeah, all those shorts they're done. Boom. And you've seen a massive move to the upside. And now all the retail Momo traders are jumping into it, expecting more upside. Because everybody that had to close out their shorts down here are trying it again up here because they got to get stopped out at least 10 times before they realize they were wrong. So that's just going to add more fuel to keep the lift going. That is, of course, as long as Bitcoin doesn't crash. If Bitcoin crashes, these will too. Like if risk markets roll over and Bitcoin crashes, then these things will also. Now we're at my stop loss on the ES future, so I'm closing that trade. So it doesn't look like, it looks like they're just taking the opportunity to buy that move lower from last night. You're literally testing the top side of the expected volatility band. I would be very careful looking for shorts. I don't understand why so many people want to short things when you're clearly in a bull market. But if I was going to short one, Jasmine, maybe. Just because the structure looks okay, but it's done the same thing as Farcoin has. Like anybody that was short looking for the breakdown to continue, they got stopped out here. And yesterday finished them off. Like this is a fresh breakout to the upside. Right? So now if they're shorting it just saying that's too much. And that isn't a very good short strategy. That's too much. Like, that never works. We know these things can run. Look at this. If this was too expensive down here, what do you think? I mean, what is that? So yeah, no, this isn't too much. This thing can go all the way back up to here. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying there's no way to validate pricing. It's not too expensive. It's overbought a little bit. It's not even overbought yet. It still has plenty of room to go. Short one that's bearish today. Hype O is bearish today. If you had to short one, short something like that. Not this one though, because this one, well, no, actually you're paying the shorts now, right? No, you're still paying longs. Yeah, you're still paying longs. 0.16 on the funding rate. The long is still very expensive to short even hyper. Very expensive to short hyper. I'm not seeing any red on the ticker. The ticker tape. The scroller. Everything is green. Green, green, green. The Farcoin long has already made back the money I lost on the quick scalp short. Yeah, none of these cryptos are red. Bonk is red. So maybe Bonk, because Bonk already had its run, right? Or did it? No, it was an expansion candle too yesterday, so never mind. It's red today because it's a pullback candle. This is a pullback candle. You have to take out the midpoint. The only way I think I would want to short Bonk is if it put in a bearish engulfing today. Of course, you don't have to wait for a bearish engulfing to happen. You can look for a level to short. There is a level to short on Bonk right here. But this daily candle isn't it doesn't look like a short. It looks like it's a continuation to the upside candle. You're going to be hard pressed to find like legitimate reasons to short any of these. But if you are going to short one, Look to short one that's already red on the day. One that's been red for the majority of the day. What's up, Biz? My kitten Bismo is hungry because mommy's still in bed. You're gonna have to wait, buddy. So yeah, I mean, like this one it's down 1.26% on the day. So buyers have literally been trying to get it to break out all day, and it's not been able to do it. So that's like the best case scenario that I could say where this might be a short. But when these things are flying like they are, you're better off to just buy pullbacks. Like, this is a value area low. It was yesterday's value area high. Your point of control is down here. And it's the blue signifies the buy side. Red is your bearish trades. So it looks like there's more buying taking place than selling. Just not a good market for shorting. It's a good market for buying. Intel down 1% today. That's not great. Let's see if it can hold support. Looks okay. Our Pepsi trade was looking good yesterday, not so good today, so we're still sideways here. Just giving it time for the moving averages to catch up. This has a very bearish structure to it. I'm going to hold it as long as we're closing dailies above 133 as we're in profits. We don't have to do anything on that. TMC's coming back down into another potential buying opportunity. 625, if it can hold 625 as support. I assume eventually this thing will run out of steam, but it hasn't yet. We can ask Google if they're harvesting yet. Can't ask Grok. Currently, TMC is not yet harvesting ocean rocks commercially. In April 2025, TMC submitted the first ever application for a deep-sea commercial recovery permit under U.S. law, covering an area in the Clarion-Clipperton zone of the Pacific Ocean. I will show you where that is. Nope. That isn't right. Do. That's going to be like right in this area, or maybe in this area. So that's where they're doing it. And there's a bunch of boats sitting here waiting. And they represent every country in the world. They're just all sitting here like this around this gigantic zone. Because in this zone under the water, there are millions and millions of little itty bitty space rocks that have a bunch of metals in them. And those boats want to come in here and they want to drag them rocks up. And when they start doing that, TMC is the only or is the best company situated for that? They're the ones, I think, that found them. They're the ones that's been investing billions and billions of dollars building all the equipment to do the harvesting, and they were like the first. So the first ones to get in there, so they have a market share. So once they start harvesting and selling that precious metal, it's not just precious metal. It's what China has basically a monopoly on. Rare earth materials. These rocks are full of that stuff. The thing that's holding it up is there's actual sea life that lives on those rocks. We don't know what those rocks are. Like, scientists are right now trying to figure out what it is, because we don't want to scoop all those rocks up and then find out that those rocks had some kind of magical force field protecting the earth from a giant worm monster that's just hiding behind the moon, that's waiting for those rocks to be destroyed before it comes and swallows us whole. That's a joke. Clearly I'm joking. They don't know what ramifications it will have by harvesting all those rocks, because they're only in, as far as we know, that one spot on the planet. We don't know what their purpose is. They think that it's taken millions and maybe billions of years for those little rocks to get created. If you want to learn about it, what's his name? Johnny Harris has a YouTube video about it.
Eggs.
Shut up. Not that one. This one.
This watermelon for like $8. Maybe a little expensive to pay for a watermelon,
Right
but not
here.
bad. I was curious about the price of. There's just billions of them down here.
These little babies.
These things have been slowly growing, a millimeter or two every million years, as flecks of metal float to this deep sea and clump
It's a great
together.
video. I'll drop it in the comment section. Y'all go check it out. I mean, in the chat. It's a good video. If you haven't seen it yet, go see it. And this is the stock, TMC. And we've been buying this since $3. All right, we've been all over this thing. I heard about it before Johnny brought his video out. So basically, we've had this on watch since it's been down in here. But that video came out right about the same time. I actually got the information from. Hang on a minute, I might be wrong. I might have got it from Johnny's video, and then I seen another video about it. I think I'm backwards. I think Johnny's the video that I watched that put me on the ticker. And then there was another video out about it through what's the channel's name? Y-Files. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Well, here, we'll just find out. Whichever one of these videos came out first is the one that I got it from. I remember buying it at $3. I have it on my brokerage account. I'm still in it. Like, where is his video? La da da, la da da. I'm still holding the long on Farcoin, and it is moving up. So just bear with me for a second, because I mean, anybody that likes to invest in new companies, TMC is not a new company, but if they get, and here's the thing, we don't know that they're going to be able to legally harvest these rocks. I don't know where his video is. So when was Johnny's video? We'll just give Johnny the credit. How's that? I don't know. We'll just give both these guys the credit. The Y-Files and Johnny, both of them guys, they put me on it, and then I've been trading it since $3, thanks to them. I didn't know anything about those little space rocks that are in the ocean. I keep calling them space rocks because we don't know how they got there. I doubt that they grew like that because they're only there in that particular spot on the ocean, and they're all the same size. So like what? They all started growing at the exact same time? Or what's more likely is a meteor broke entering the Earth's atmosphere in this area. It flew by and then turned into a million little itty bitty pieces, what didn't burn up, and then just scattered itself into the ocean like a crash. Because the way it's laid out, it literally looks like this. It's like a literal crash zone, a debris field, if you will, right? So I would say that's probably more likely than they just magically started growing. The Y-Files video is fantastic because he goes along the, like, I don't know, more like on the mysterious aspect of it, where they actually have magical properties. So that's why I liked his video. I don't believe in any of that. They are electrically charged also, which is fantastic, cool stuff. It's cool stuff, man. Just watch the video. Cool stuff. I'll find the Y-Files video eventually and I'll put it in there, but Farcoin's moving up. Let's go look at Farcoin. We've done enough discussing TMC. There it is. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky to short these, right? I mean, just get long and let's talk. I mean, there really ain't nothing else to do, guys, today, right? It's like we're already long, and my week's pretty much done. It was a great week, an absolute fantastic week. I would love to see a stock opportunity because we haven't actually taken one of those this week. So maybe here in a little bit we'll scamper the stock watch list and see if we can find an opportunity to get long on a stock. Do you have any comments on the BTC and ETH futures expiring today? Are you talking about on the CME, David? We can look it up. I don't trade CME futures. I trade perpetual swap futures. They do not expire. But if you're talking about the CME futures, let me see if they're even expiring today. I have to pull up my Thinkorswim platform. I don't even have it pulled up to see if that's even, because it's not showing me. July 25, but it don't give me the exact day. It just tells me July, but we're in July. How can I find out? Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, if you have a position open, if that's what you're asking me, you say you are long Ethereum and Bitcoin futures on the CME and they're about to expire, you have to roll those. You have to roll that out. Here, let me pull up Thinkorswim and I'll, because with Thinkorswim I can actually look at the contracts. I'm not really good at Tasty Trade. Is just a small account I put together so I could trade with live funds on the internet. I'm not on it that much. I actually almost blew it up by buying oil futures, and it filled me and I got an insta fill, and that insta fill put me in the hole by like $8,000, which was retarded. So you got to be very careful that you don't do that. That's why I don't trade options, oil option, futures. They're options on futures. They're very illiquid. I don't trade that anymore. So I've just basically been trying to build it back up since then. And I kind of said, screw it. Right? My main account. Pull that up. Give me a second. I'm just logging into it so I can pull up the futures so I can actually see the contract expiration date. But yeah, I mean, typically what you would do is you would just roll that position to the next contract. But I want to see, what I want to see though, is I want to see if there's any bifurcation or backwardation on those contracts, because you got to be careful about rolling if there's bifurcation or backwardation. So there's 14 days until the expiration on the futures. All right. I don't know what you mean. Let me read that again. Maybe I read it wrong. Yeah, I don't know which BTC and ETH futures you're talking about, my friend, simply because I'm looking at the CME futures and you got 14 days left on this contract. There is no backwardation going on either. Wait, if you go all the way out to October, there's backwardation there. There's literally no volume on that. There's 12 contracts being traded on that. Here, I'll show you. Give me a second. Right over here. So here's your BTC. That's your CME futures ticker. Here's your futures contracts right here. We're currently trading July's right now. There's 14 days to expiration. See that? EXP July 25. How many days? 14. So you would want to roll your position to this contract or this contract. But notice the price differences here. All right. So your position size can be affected by that. My best advice to you is, instead of buying and holding Bitcoin futures, you should just buy and hold Bitcoin on a cold storage wallet. Like, it just takes like 2 YouTube videos to figure out how to do it. You open an account, a trusted account, like a trusted exchange or brokerage. If you're trading CMEs, then you must be in America. Coinbase is your off-ramp, right, for America. You create a Coinbase account, and then you just deposit money onto the account, and then you just literally buy Bitcoin. Then you send that Bitcoin to your cold storage wallet. You get it off exchange. You put it into cold storage. This way, all cold storage wallets have, your seed phrases and all that good stuff. So as long as you have your seed phrase, even if you lose your wallet, your Bitcoin is still good. It's still on the blockchain. Your keys is the seed phrase, so you can't lose the seed phrase. That's what you can't lose. Otherwise, it'll be locked up on that wallet forever. So, I mean, that's the best way, in my opinion. Or buy something like MSTR, right? Because MSTR is going to trade more like Bitcoin than any other stock as of right now. The STRK is another one. Strike. It's a MicroStrategy ETF. But see, it isn't exploding in value the last 2 days, even though Bitcoin's price has. And whenever I see stuff like this, I'm very, very hesitant. It almost looks like they've already gotten the move there. But it doesn't look here. Sorry. It doesn't look like that's not what Bitcoin's doing, right? So I myself like to just own Bitcoin. But if you don't want to do that, like if it's too complicated and you don't want to do that, you just want to have some funds to gain exposure, or you just want exposure to Bitcoin, then you can buy one of the 10 ETFs. Now there's costs associated with owning ETF shares, but I have all of those if you need them. As soon as Twitter gets back up, I can send it to you through Twitter or whatever. Or here, I can just pull up the watch list and show it to you. Crypto stuff. Like, there's so many ways that you can get access to Bitcoin's price. This is the wrong watch list. Okay, so CleanSpark, Hive, Coin, GBTC. Okay, these right here are all ETFs. DeFi, BRR, BTCO, BTCW, EZBC, IBIT. This is the favorite, IBIT, because its options are very liquid and, you know, it's just, it tracks Bitcoin's price very well. So here's Bitcoin's current IBIT's price of Bitcoin. It's doing what Bitcoin does. It tracks the price perfectly. If I turn this into a line chart, get rid of the 21 exponential, turn that off. If I turn on the line chart, they'll look almost identical. Boom. So if you want exposure to Bitcoin through the US, and you don't want to own actual physical Bitcoin, you could do it through IBIT. I mean, it literally tracks Bitcoin's price. So whatever Bitcoin does, IBIT does. That's another way. There's a million ways to get access to Bitcoin. Not a million, but there's a bunch. A bunch. The futures expirations will be in 14 days, though. And when I'm trading, I'm using USDT. So I'm trading on a perpetual swap. The funding rate ends every 8 hours, but the contract never expires. It's a perpetual swap. It goes in perpetuity forever. Never expires. And I do that through weeks, but they're an offshore exchange, so there's risk to that. There's a lot of risk in that. There are less risky ways to get exposure to Bitcoin than by doing it with an offshore exchange or whatever, cold storage. So Farcoin's currently actually rejecting. It's struggling. Let's see if it can hold. We need this to hold, Farcoin. You need to hold this. Hold. Must hold. You must make us rich again today. We want to see you move up another 38% today. Okay, what are we doing here? This is the day low. Yeah. There's our trend line. That's what it's currently trying to break out of. This is a kind of a new asset. Kind of a new asset. What is that yellow line? Oh, that is not 24s open. Why do we have 24s open on there? That ain't 24s open. That's December 2024. It shouldn't be yellow. There we go. These nuts. These 2024. Beautiful support on these nuts 2024. December. Where is my lighter? Which one of y'all stole my lighter? Chatter's always stealing my lighter. Come on now. Well, we're not smoking because someone's bogarting Trade Talks lighter. Hang on, this one might work. Yeah, that one works. Ha ha, I had to back up. You can keep that lighter. Whoever stole it, you can have it. You guys are not very chatty today, I can tell you that. All right, check Mogcoin, friend. Mog, is that the ticker, my friend? MOG? Wait, what was that? Mog Metals. It's not on the NASDAQ, though. USDT? MEXC? Do we have a perpetual swap? Right there on weeks. Look at that. Damn. This one's on the move, baby. Let me see if this is a new one on weeks. So it's not on the zero fees. Let me type it in. It might just be spot. Yeah, it's just on spot. So even though this is weeks exchange, right there, weeks, the exchange I use and trade on, this is the spot price. It is not Tether. Even though it says USDT, I got that, but I'm actually typing in MOG on the exchange itself up here, and it says nothing. So that's going to be on the spot side of the platform, MOG. I don't trade on the spot side. I only trade on the futures side. There's no, I mean, it's just easier. The spot side is a little more confusing is all for some people, right? So to keep things easy, I just trade on the futures. But this thing is rocking and rolling today. I mean, there's really nothing to do here. You're already up 42% on the day. I wouldn't be trying to short in front of that momentum. I mean, giving you a technical level, I can give you some technical levels to watch, but I would not be like acting. I can't even give you really any technical levels to watch. I mean, it's breaking out above the last couple months. You know what I mean? It's trending. It's not up on the year yet, but it's working on it. So there is a technical level to watch. Your 2025 yearly opening range might blast through that. Then again, it might reject it on the first attempt because you broke down, you set the level, right? You opened the year right here and you rolled over, set a yearly low, and then continued. You set a weekly high, then you reversed. Boom, this was going to be your yearly high. That's your next level to watch. Seeing how you're above the last couple months. There's really nothing to watch on the near term. Yeah, nothing really to watch on the near term. You'll just have to wait. If you're holding this long, like spot, I would probably take a little bit of profits into that level. You're in the what? Beyond 100,000s. So that would be tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million. So you're 1/1,000,000th of a cent. Like, it's very cheap. I don't know what it does. I can't tell you what its white papers say. I have no idea. I've never heard of it. But it's moving up good. I would not try to short it. It's very bullish. You set April lows and you've been trading up ever since. There's your April lows. So that's also your yearly low. So all the people that were shorting it yesterday based on the yearly trend. Well, the yearly trend doesn't work on logs, so there's that. But off log, anybody that was shorting the yearly trend from the yearly low, the trend line from the yearly low, they got beat up. The day before yesterday, they got beat up yesterday. And you're seeing upside continuation from that. So there's no telling how high this will go, but it's literally got full momentum right now. You're printing fresh 5-minute highs. Never mind candles that look like this. That's not a breakdown. You put one in right here, and then 5 minutes later, you were right back up on highs. So don't let these big 1-minute candles fool you into taking a short. It's 10 minutes later, 5 minutes later, it can be right back up to all-time high or fresh daily highs. So be careful. Has a ton of momentum into it. Your momentum on this is bullish. This is your cumulative volume delta. It's saying that there's a lot more buying volume going on than selling volume. Or the buying volume is more aggressive than the selling volume. So the buyers are much more aggressive than the sellers today. All right, we're rolling over on Farcoin. We've lost the VWAP. So, see if it can hold the open. Are we rolling over on risk? Not really. So it's just doing its own thing here. Maybe Bitcoin's pulling back a little bit. It is. Bitcoin's back down to 1%, 1.45%. So this is what's causing. Let's see. Hype is up 4% on the day. W is up 8% on the day. So this one has more to give back. XRP is up 10%. So XRP is currently doing its own thing. Yeah, not really seeing. You're seeing a little bit of bearish divergence here, but it's on the 30-second chart. It's on the very near term. On the volume, and because what price is making fresh highs or higher highs, volume is making lower lows. So maybe XRP scalp lower. I don't I mean, let's see if there's a massive level here for us. Not really. There's nothing here. Nada. Yeah, there's nothing. There's really nothing. Yeah, I mean, trying to short any of these are gonna be difficult. You're going to see a lot of intraday craziness. Let's take our chances on that one, though. Pendle's up more. What did we make this for? Oh, that was somebody's price target. Well, look at that. It freaking hit your price target, dude. Even after I sat there and told you you should take profits because there's no way, it's unlikely to hit there. It literally hit there. So it made me look like a fool. It's not likely, right? Is what I was saying. It's not likely that it would do that. But everything got really bullish yesterday after we ended the stream. Bitcoin started to break out, and then all shit hit the fan. So that's what you got going on. So I don't know, either Pingu or XRP, they're both up massively still. So maybe that's the reason you don't want to do that. Or you could get lucky and you could see it pull back off of the daily highs. It's just so dangerous because at any point, like Farcoin is red on the day now. But right now, as long as you're under this, you're red on the day, which could fuel buying pressure, right? You leave this area because you've run out of buyers. So now you're going down in search of demand. And I'm sure you will find demand at the daily open. Will it be enough to cause price to go higher? I don't know. That's what we currently have. What did you enter long on Fart? Where? What? Yesterday I was already long when we started our stream, but I was talking about entering at the resistance or what was it? The July open. It was when we were live yesterday. We were talking about this area, July's open, because we were above the monthly VWAP. So coming back into this area was where we were looking for the longs yesterday. But I got long the day before and then entered again in this area, here and here. So I was long from down there when I got on the stream already. I was already holding the long. And I just held it. I just let it run all day. Just let it run all day. Then today I closed it. I closed what I had, the last bit I put on. I put on a little bit more last night. I put a stop loss on to catch it. But it was an insignificant amount. So I went ahead and closed it, tried to short there, then it ran above it. I exited it, tried a long, and then exited just now. So I'm pretty much done for the day. Like, I'm not going to give back 20, 30 bucks here and there. It'll add up, right? And it's still got a lot of buying pressure. Just because it's pulling back off of where it is doesn't mean that this thing won't be trading up at 150 today. S&P 500 is holding above its intraday VWAP. Apple is testing the intraday VWAP, but you're down on ADD. You're like negative 1286. and gold's breaking back up. So we could see a little bit of sell pressure today. But ultimately, I mean, as long as Bitcoin holds the breakout zone, I have a bullish bias on it. A very bullish bias. And since I'm bullish on Bitcoin, that means I'm going to be more bullish on these alts. Farcoin, the reason I like Farcoin a lot is because it trades a lot. It has a lot of volume in it and it moves a lot. Like you can move on a normal day, you can move 5 to 10% on a normal day for Farcoin. On a 2x day, you're looking at 20%. 3x day, you're looking at 30%, right? Now, that's a lot. That's why I like it, because it moves fast. But that can also hurt you. It can go against you really, really fast. That's why I'm quick to bounce. When it's not working, I get out. Take little hits. Little hits. But yeah, yesterday it was a perfect support test of the July Open, and it held for multiple hours. It didn't work until we ended the stream. Wait, that's not it. Right here. You had two big levels there, so I mean, you're really far extended away from that now. The 4 hour looks like this. 56 minutes on the close. The only thing that you got for the short is you're trading under the intraday VWAP, but you can see that thing change hands 20 times today because it's so close to near-term price. If you're unable to get and see any substantial moves under the open, then this could be a support spot, right? Because Farcoin is neutral on the day. So right now, to fit normal market volatility, you could go up to 138, or you could go down to 126. So there's a potential there for it to go either way. So just because it's not holding the VWAP right now does not mean that it won't get back above it later today. But if you want to be short, that's the only thing you got to watch right now. That's literally it. That's the only thing. That's the only level that you have to judge or to mitigate your risk by. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I had to get a water. I'm dying of thirst. My girl's still in bed. Not like her. I don't think she slept very good last night. All right. So yeah, that's kind of what we're just setting here. Basically, kind of just chilling. I took a shot at ES and I missed. And I've taken 2 little shots at this and I've missed today. But yesterday, I grew my account by my overall account by 50% thanks to Farcoin and a couple others. The couple others was just basically momentum scalping. But momentum scalping is very dangerous. So I don't really do a whole lot of that on the stream. But the way that you do it is just wait for something to start moving, and then you jump in and try to, get a little bit of a movement, and then you get out, right? You're not looking for continuation. You're just getting in and getting out. You just got to make sure that you're doing it via limit order, so that way you're not getting feed to death, or do it on low leverage, like 6x leverage. You jump in and jump out. I don't really see anything like that. Mog would be a perfect example of momentum scalping something if its liquidity is good, right? Because it's like just continuously going in one direction. So basically you just wait for it to pull back. When it pulls back, whenever it makes the last close and holds that, that's your entry point. So on this pullback, it would have been here first, right? So you would have tried it here, and then you would have been stopped out. You would have gotten out instantly. Then your next spot would be here. You can let one candle close under it. The next candle has to give you your give back or your out. Something like that. Like this. You get long, you get out. You're just looking for a few ticks in your direction, in a sense. You're not really looking for a lot. And if you get on a trend like this, you get lucky, you don't have to close the position out. So right now, Farcoin is kind of breaking down, right? So we have a support zone through here. So let's see if we lose it. If we lose it, we could potentially jump into a short looking for a run below the next swings or the low of day, depending on what happens here. So like if it fails to close 5-minute candles lower here, we can jump in for a quick spike up to the 9:30 open. Have to do it on something that has very cheap. So what's Bome doing? Bome is like my favorite for doing this because it moves slow, but it still has big moves, if that makes sense. Like it doesn't look like it's moving that much or that fast, but it is. Like that's a 1% move right there. When I scalp Bitcoin, I'm generally looking to risk 0.5% to make a 1% move. I can get that on Bome in one 5-minute candle. All right, so I'll show you what I mean. Let me get you pulled up there to the exchange. Farcoin is it's going to be a little bit more difficult to do it. So limit buy. Well, maybe not. We got to give it some time here. Here, let me just go to Bome and show you on Bome because it moves slower than Farcoin. It's up 11%. Bome is. So there's a clear support here at Bome. book of meme. But since things are pulling off a little bit, well, Bitcoin is right now testing its intraday VWAP. So Bitcoin isn't like breaking down or nothing. So let's just be a buyer on Bome real quick at 1922. 1922. We want to do it on limit. Because we don't want to pay anything for our entries. We want to limit the amount of fees that we're paying, because we're only looking to scalp 50, 60 bucks, right? If you can do that 5 or 6 times, you're going to make a pretty decent chunk of change by the end of the day. It's just momentum scalping is literally all it is. Some people will do it. Some people have different rules. Like some people will jump into it when you make a fresh 5-minute high. Or if you're looking for downside continuation, you look for a fresh 5-minute low or a 1-minute low. As soon as you make a fresh low, you get in on limit. And then when you get your move in your direction, you exit it on market. You can't limit, you can't get out on limit because you just won't get filled. I've tried to do it a million times. I never get filled. And occasionally, like I have multiple monitors, so I'll watch like Bitcoin and I'll look to position myself on Bome or on Farcoin in the direction that Bitcoin is going. Does that make sense? So right now Bitcoin is up. It's at 1.5%. It's currently testing this. It looks like it's trying to break down. Because look at the amount of time that we spent here on Bitcoin. We spent quite a bit of time here. We've been here since the London session open. So here's your London session open, 2 a.m. You haven't really done anything, right? You're just sideways. So literally, we're just trying to scalp out this range here. So we want to be a buyer here and a seller here because we're in a range. But instead of doing that on Bitcoin, because the fees are so expensive and Bitcoin will not give you the size of the move that you need. Okay, we're in on Bome. So you can see here, I'm paying 0 to get in with a $320 position size. I'm already up 10 bucks. So if I get out of this, I'm going to net a profit of about $5. Right? It's a profit. It adds to your P&L. I'm not looking to make, a lot of money. I'm just looking to scalp a few bucks here and there. Then I get out. The problem is if you're not hitting it on all cylinders, you can lose a lot of money real quick because you will get feed to death. The fees will eat you up because the fees will slowly start to catch up to your profits that you've made on the day. It also helps if you're going to try this strategy, make sure you're writing down your P&L, your account balance. Okay? Make sure you're writing that down before you enter the position. You write down what you have so that way you can see exactly how much they're taking out. Because you might not see what they might be taking out an additional $4 or $5 here that it's not showing up here. So like if you have $1,000 exactly, you write that down, you get entered on the position. When you get filled, then while you're in the position, you can write down what you have. Exit the position when it shows that you're in a profit and you're covering the fees and you have a profit, you exit and then see what that adds to your P&L. That will give you your baseline. And then you will know what you need to make when you're getting in and out of these. So like, I know because I've already done this 1,000 times that I could exit right now and I would make $16. Does that make sense? That would put $16 of free money onto my P&L or onto my account balance. Clearly, more is better. So when you're in a range, you want to try to leave it on if it's going in your direction, at least until the top of the range. And then you exit completely. You're not leaving anything on for continuation or nothing. This is just a scalping strategy. The whole design is to add a couple $100 to your daily gains. Or if you're bad at it, lose a couple $100 on your daily losses. Because with trading, it's always both. There are days that I do not make money doing this. There are days where I just am not with the market. I am just not in tune with the market, and I'm eating losses more than I am making. On those days, I have to realize what's going on and stop before it gets out of hand. A lot of people can't stop, right? They have to make it back. They can't go into the end of the day with a red P&L. Well, I can. I will. But only when things are moving do you want to even do this strategy. Because you can see just with each tick, with each movement of that line, that green line up there, I am making or losing like $5. See that? It went from 12 down to 6, then back up to 13. So you want to do it on something that moves like that. Because all you need is, when you get it figured out, like for me, I think it's 3 up ticks or 3 down ticks. I can exit with a profit. For you, it might be different because your fee structure, my fee structure is different than yours. I trade a lot volume, and I think I'm a level 6, VIP level 6. So my fee structure is different than your fee structure, maybe. But you just got to figure that out. When you know what you need to make profit, then you can just do this because you're making money. If this is the way you want to trade, I don't have any problem with that. It's just a lot of people will not make money doing this. I don't know why. They just don't. It's like they don't know when to stop or whatever, I guess. Because you're not always going to be in tune with the market. You're literally going to get filled and it's going to go against you instantly. And you have to be quick to get out. Like, this ain't something that you can set and then walk away from. Because if this thing were to put in a big fat candle instantly, boom, this P&L is going to be minus $150 with one 5-minute candle. So you can't just, this isn't something that you can, walk away from without having a stop loss in place. But you can do it this way, or you can go in with a smaller position size. This way, you're going in a little bit heavier because you're literally looking for it to just move in your direction a few ticks, and then you're looking to exit, and then you're looking for that small gain onto your account balance. If you do this 3 or 4 times and your account balance is negative, or it's going down from where you started, you need to stop. You need to stop, because each time you enter a position, you are risking money every time. It's not like if you go in heavy, you can make a lot of money, or heavier. So let's try this. Hang on, let's give it a second here. Give it a second, see what it's wanting to do. See if if the support seems to be holding for now, right? the way that that would be justifiable is if we were to set a new high. Well, we just set a new 5-minute high on Bitcoin. So we're at 1931. One tick under that would be 1930. So we can set our limit. We just got filled. We're in a much bigger position size here. The $2. So if Bitcoin's making right now, it's above the last 5-minute candle high. So we can get just a few ticks up. I'm watching Bitcoin, I'm watching Book of Meme, I'm watching Bitcoin, I'm watching the Book of Meme. Bitcoin is breaking up. So there goes $41. So we'll take that. And then, like I said, you got to make sure that your account balance is going up, not down. If it's going down, then you're getting charged hidden fees that you're not seeing. Okay? It's so very important that you do that as a retail trader. They're not stealing your money. You just don't know what you're being charged for. Usually it's the leverage. So even though I made $40 on that trade, I actually lost money to my account balance. So you want to lower your leverage because that's what you're getting feed up. Position size, the leverage, all of that adds up to fees. Fees you not seeing. It charged me $2 to get into that trade, and I was up on it. As soon as I hit flash close, it went into negative territory. So I just lost money somehow, right? So that flash close obviously costs more or is filling me in a really shitty place. See, that's another thing. This has very shitty liquidity, so it could have filled me at a loss. It could have filled me literally at a loss. And that's the only scenario it could be if you're losing money. So you don't want to do that if you can't make money. I think the best way for people to make money is to trade less. I honestly, wholeheartedly believe that. In order to make money in this business, the less you trade, the better off you will be long term. A lot better off. When you see a clear support holding, you can buy that. You can set a stop loss. You buy it with a small amount of leverage, a small amount of money. Go in with dynamic risk management. Then when it starts to move in your direction, you can limit order in again. So we're seeing a reversal here, but it's at support. So we don't want to short it. But you could set a limit sell. I can't actually set a stop limit sell on this platform for some reason. So I can't set a breakdown order. I can, but it'll fly right through it and won't fill me in. Whenever you go into a sell, it has to fill you on an uptick. You can't get out on a down tick on a limit order. It has to be on an up tick. If you put it like down here, I don't even know if it would allow me to do it. Let me see what it'll do. This is more like a stock scalping strategy than it is a crypto scalping strategy. Hang on a second here. Bitcoin is still holding support. It's trading very slow. It looks like it's trying to break down. No doubt. It looks like it wants to break down. You can see the structure. It's literally making lower closes. This was a higher close, but the next candle was a lower close. So it looks like the pressure, at least for through here, is definitely to the downside. But this support is right here. So at any moment, you can get a big bullish candle in your face. Ooh. So if you buy it you'll get filled on a down tick. You won't get filled on an up tick. Same goes for selling it. If I try to sell a breakdown, like I want to put a sell limit here, price will just blast through my order. And if it keeps going, it will not fill me unless it gets here, stops, ticks up, and then goes. Then it will fill me. Right? Where on some platforms, you can just set a limit, stop, sell. And that will fill you if it just goes through on the open. It'll open you into a new sell position if price just goes through it. I don't have that on weeks. It's just a limit order. I can't set a limit stop. The Book of Meme is currently trying to break down. So let's see here. Let me find out real quick. Bitcoin looks like it wants to break down. But since pressure is to the buy side, we're literally sideways on risk markets. Inside day. And that's what we are on Bitcoin. So I'm going to put a limit buy on Book of Meme again. We're at 19.18. I'm going to try to get a fill on 17. Which I might have missed it. So we'll move it up to 19. Yeah, we might have missed it. But we can move it up to this candle's closure here. So I'm gonna calculate exactly what I lose. But it has to be on a positive note. If I'm losing on negative P&L, then that's not gonna really help. Hopefully this is helping some of you. Music dead. Very quiet. Let's go to popular tracks. %58 on weeks. Yeah, fees are terrible on all crypto exchanges. Very bad. Very ugly. So now we're going to move it up to there because this is the next lowest closing candle. So we don't want to see a close back under, which we're going to get. There we go. That's nice. That's what we want to see. So a lot of volatility coming in here. Bitcoin is rolling over, so I don't like that. I'm going to go ahead and 1932. Here, let me just set a stop right there. I don't like setting stops. But it will break you in half if you try to do this without setting a stop and you get a big fat candle. And that does happen. It does happen. You will get raked. It will rake you across the coals. Pull you right across them red hot babies. Feels like your skin's melting. All right, Bitcoin's dropping, so I'm gonna flash close here. And it said I was $5 in the profit. My account went up by $4. So I don't know what went on differently there. Well, thank you, my love. Coffee at noon? What? Good morning. My baby's up. I'm happy. I was getting worried. My girl's usually up by 7:30. She didn't get much sleep last night, so I kind of let her sleep in. Can I check Mara? I don't know, Bravo. It's really going to cost you, bro. Hang on, give me 1 second here because Bitcoin looks like it's trying to break down. So I'm going to try to get filled on a sell here on the Bome 1939. Let's see if we can get filled on a 39. Might be too slow. I'm going to have to drop it down. Okay, there's the fill. Bitcoin did not break down. See, I'm just literally watching what Bitcoin's doing versus what it's doing, right? But Bitcoin looks like it wants to break down here. Now that does not mean that Book of Meme will go with it. It doesn't mean that at all. If Bitcoin were to put in like a pretty big nasty breakdown candle here, I'd say that it would up my chances of Book of Meme rolling over too. But we'll see. Yeah, I know it's a little tiny amount of money. I get that. But these little tiny amounts of money add up quick. This might not, because I didn't mean to go in that small. I meant to go in with $800, but I screwed that up. So just give me a second here. Bitcoin is pushing under the VWAP right now. So like if you can get a move like this where you start one time framing in the business of trading just means each candle puts in a trending movement, right? Where you're making lower highs and lower lows. If you can catch 4 of those in a row, you can get out and you'll make $100. Since we've been sideways for so long doing this, not really. I mean, you got in a one-time framing scenario here to the upside. And technically this was a breakdown, one-time framing. You never took out the previous candle's high. So we just took out the previous candle's high. It's actually one-time framing up. But Bitcoin isn't. Bitcoin is still doing what we want it to do for this position. So if it starts to do that, literally you can get out with a couple $100 position, even with a small amount of money on risk. But this is with 6x leverage. Remember, we turned it down. That's where I made the screw up. I meant to go in with an $800 position size because I toned down the leverage on purpose. I don't want to give back all that money. But also I made money on that last exit. So being levered up 20x, I got out with a profit of $30 last time, but it took away from my account value. It didn't add. So that instantly told me that my leverage slider was in the wrong spot. I like to do 20x leverage when I'm looking for a position trade. Like I'm looking for a trade to trend. in my direction. This isn't doing it yet. So basically, I will bounce or bail if we close a 5-minute candle higher than this 5-minute candle right here, because that's the highest 5-minute candle to where price is currently trading. And sometimes you get one 5-minute candle close higher and then it rolls over, but sometimes it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? You never know when that's going to happen or not. There's nothing that I do when I'm doing this that gives me an edge as far as predicting what price will do. Even looking at Bitcoin, even if Bitcoin breaks down, it does not mean that I will be able to predict a 1 cent increment move on Book of Meme, because it's doing the exact opposite. Bitcoin is back under the VWAP, which is what we want. See, it's actually looking like it wants to put in a lower push, whereas Book of Meme looks exactly the opposite. It's holding the midpoint of the previous candle. So it actually looks like it wants to spike higher. We're in a short. We don't want it to spike higher. Now with this position sizing and this amount of leverage, it wouldn't kill us if it did. But I'm just trying to like show you a way that you can scalp out a few bucks every day if you're the type of person that likes to trade many times. This is the way you can go about it. It's just impossible to guess what's going to happen. Well, that's not what I'm doing here. What I'm doing here is I'm trying to capitalize on momentum. And the momentum was going down. It was coming into a support area that you can clearly see. So it wasn't the best trade position. It will exit on highs and then it'll instantly roll over. Right? Because it always does the opposite of what we want. Okay, since Bitcoin seems to be maybe holding the support here, we can look to get it to the upside. And we lost $10, $12 on that trade. So each time you do lose, you do need to make that money back plus profit to get your account balance back to normal. So now you need a bigger move, right? So just be very careful and make sure that you are focusing on your account balance, not your P&L, not what you're making and losing in the trade, what your account balance is doing. That is managing your risk. If it is going down, you are not making money, you are losing money. I know it sounds stupid, like, well, no shit, Sherlock. But for some reason, a lot of new traders just don't get these little things. I literally had one guy bitching to me one day telling me that BitGet, back when I was with BitGet, or I had a BitGet affiliation, was literally telling me that BitGet was stealing their money. And I was like, no, they're not. And I tried to explain everything. I even literally screenshotted the rules, the numbers, and did the math for them, and they still just could not see it. Like, no, they're stealing it. They adjust the amount that they're taking mid-trade, and I'm like, no shit, it says it right here that they can do that. Yes, whenever you're using leverage, you're using their money. They have rights. Trading is not easy. And if you're not good with numbers, it might not be for you. You need to be seeing consistent returns on your portfolio, not losses. Your trade placement, if that's the reason you're losing money, I can teach you how to do that better. If you're losing money because you're a terrible risk management, like you're terrible at money, period, then I'm not going to be able to help you. I hate losing money more than I like winning it. So there are days that if I just can't get anything going, I just will sit on my hands. Right now, I have 0 open positions, but right now I have 0 edges too, right? I don't have an edge. Like, nothing is doing what I would expect it to do. So everything is trading as an inside day, which I know that normally after a big move, the next day will more likely be sideways than it will be a trending day. So Farcoin, because it had a 20% move yesterday, is most likely not going to give you a 20% move today. It is most likely going to be an inside choppy day. And that is currently what you're getting. Now that could change around noon, 1, 2 o'clock. The buyers could show back up. We've seen that happen here a lot lately, where the last half of the day is actually where we're getting the big moves, not the first half. Just the market environment we're in. So all of this down move at the beginning of the day could literally be setting shorts up right now. But we still haven't made a fresh low of day on Farcoin. I would be interested to see what happens if we do. I might be a buyer here. Technically, because we're down 1% on the daily range, if I think Farcoin could get up and close up 3 or 4% today, then I want to be a buyer here, right? I just have to mitigate my risk. So that way, if I'm wrong and it doesn't, I am not going to lose a significant amount of the money I made yesterday. And the funding rate has a lot to do with Farcoin today, because the funding rate is high and it is paying shorts. All right. So there are people that pay attention to stuff like that. Big money traders. Because if they're going to get into a $50 million position size, they don't want to pay 1% to the longs. But if they can get into a $50 million position size and it's a choppy market, which we have, then they might want to just get into a short and hold it just to make money on the funding rate. Like I did yesterday with a very small amount of money. Literally. $200, dude. I made on 20. I would have loved to have been able to do that with 1,000, but the exchange limited it. That realized P&L, you never get into a trade and you instantly make money. But that funding rate, that was a beautiful thing. So the funding rate, and it is more expensive on Farcoin today. It's more expensive by a decimal point, a decimal place. Like yesterday, the funding rate was 0.003. And then near the end of the day, it was 0.005. Today, the shorts are getting paid 0.01. So it's a whole place over. So it's much more expensive, by 10 times more expensive, to hold longs today than it is to hold shorts. Yesterday, it was better for the longs. Today, it's better for the shorts. Hence, Farcoin is sideways today because short sellers not only have an incentive to sell it based on maybe some technical level they're watching, they also have a financial incentive to hold a short position. Just probably not down here. So that's also putting a little bit of sell side pressure on the Fartster today. But at any point in time, if it starts to hack or hold support for us, a nice amount of time, that will bring in longs. The funding rate will not stop people from buying it. You're a level 6-2 as weeks gives a level up from your buying it. Now I got to dial in my trades more strategically as scalping is fun, but nerve-wracking. Yeah, you save a lot more. Each level up you go on weeks, you will save a lot more in fees. Being a market maker, not a taker. A taker is market in, market out. A maker is limit in, limit out. But on weeks, I have yet to be filled on a limit out position. I mean, I've gotten filled on them, but they have been shitty fills. I've gotten half fills. I've gotten, the best way that I have figured out to scalp on weeks is to limit in, market out, and use light leverage. If you do that, you should have no trouble scalping a few bucks here and there. Absolutely no problem at all. But make sure your leverage is down, like 6, 8. If you want to buy it with a small position size and look for a great big expansion, like, where's that other picture at? What the hell, dude? I didn't delete it. I'm the only one that can delete stuff in the Discord. I guess Discord can delete stuff in the Discord. Where did I put it? That's not the one. Wow. I have no clue. Yeah, anyways, I can't show you. But like if you get into a position, so for instance, let's just show you on the chart. I'll just show you where I did it on the chart. Since I can't find that image, I thought I put it in the Bitcoin room. But it was a $500 winner. It should be right here. Here it is. Okay, I was just on the wrong. Just too much stuff for my brain to keep up with. So here we go. So like this is what I'm calling a position trade. I'm not necessarily going in heavy, right? With the amount of money that I'm trading with. I'm going in heavy with leverage. This frees up my capital to take other positions because I don't never know which one's going to have a big move and which one's going to have a small move. I don't know which one's going to go up or which one's going to go down. So I like to take multiple positions and then I can weed out the ones that aren't working as good, right? So like in this scenario, look where my entry is, right? It's just above this 4 hour, this is a 4 hour candle. You can't see it because I was on my laptop, but it's just above the 4 hour open. Remember, the opens are huge for everybody because it's literally the open of the candle. That gives you an edge because you know this thing is either going to close green or red. So that gives you a 50% edge. Now, if you can just figure out how to manage your money to where you get a 50% hit rate, you're making money instead of you have a 50% hit rate, you're losing money. So that's where the managing money comes into play here. I don't care who you are, right? $500 is a nice chunk of change. I made it in 12 hours. It's not because I knew it was going to go down. It's just because of my analysis. I wanted to take a short there or as close to the high as possible. So that if it does go down and I get lucky and catch a one-time framing on a 4-hour candle, then it's going to be a nice expansion. To turn $234 into $546 in 12 hours, not a bad day at work. Right? It's a good day at work. So this is like a position trade for me. That's what I'm talking about when I say position trade. When I say I'm just looking to get a few ticks, then that's going to be an I'm in, I'm out. I'm just looking to capitalize on the momentum. Well, today there isn't much momentum because of the funding rate, because of whatever. It's not just the funding rate because Bitcoin's funding rate isn't high. Bitcoin has one of the lowest funding rates on the platform, but one of the most expensive fee structures on the platform. It doesn't sound like it should be like that, but it is. Because in order for me to get into a position on Bitcoin, I'll pay $30-$40 in fees if I mark it in and mark it out. So a normal position size of $2,000 with 20x leverage on Bitcoin will cost me $100 if I mark it in and mark it out. So I need to make $200 on the trade to make $100 extra onto my account balance, right? It's just simple math. But Bitcoin only moves sometimes, most of the time, like 1.5% to 2% a day. So if I'm in a day, if it's a day where I don't know if it's going to move a full 1%, I'm only going to make 0.5% on the risk, or I can only risk 0.5% on the risk. You get where I'm going. The fee structure on Bitcoin makes it a less attractive trading mechanism where I can simply go over to a Farcoin and pay less fees and get twice the amount of movement out of it because Farcoin moves more than 3% every day. Bitcoin rarely moves above 3%. Farcoin is just a much better trading vehicle. I can get in Farcoin with a $200 position size, pay 0 fees or next to 0 on a market order. And if I catch a nice little trend, I'm going to make more money on the Farcoin trade than I would if I use a $2,000 position size on Bitcoin. Because if Bitcoin on the $2,000, on the 20x leverage, after I pay the $100 in fees, it's like $86. It's $43 in, $43 out. Once I pay that, if I get a 1% move, I'm lucky if I make $120 on the whole entire trade. Once all the fees are paid, once the whole day range is over. Whereas I can be in Farcoin, pay 0 fees, all that good stuff, and I'm in it less time. It's just a much more attractive And that's clearly why Farcoin has so much volume in it, because of all the things I've just complained about. Professional traders see that stuff. They notice things like that. Like, why would I trade Bitcoin when I can pay less, make more over on Farcoin? I don't want to give money to the exchange. Any money that I make, I want to keep. They make money. I want to make money. So yeah, I mean, those are some reasons why I've been trading Farcoin and Bome and all these other alts lately, because, well, Bitcoin has been range bound. It just broke out yesterday. So if we're going to see upside continuation, which I do believe we will, so I do want to position myself on a levered long on Bitcoin. I just needed to pull back to a level that I'm comfortable with putting on that risk. I would be probably comfortable putting on that risk at the daily open today if it shows me intraday support there. It showed like it wanted to hold support here, but with the price action, with the structure, I didn't buy the Bitcoin here because it didn't look like it was going. I literally said it looks like it wants to break down, right? It did break down. So I didn't predict that that was going to happen. I just assumed it was. But if it can get down here and show support for some time, like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, then I could put risk on here looking for Bitcoin to potentially get that move higher, maybe the weekend. Right? Maybe it will move up on the weekend. It's doubtful because weekends usually don't do nothing. But yeah. So, I mean, I do want to try to get positioned for a trade that I could potentially sit in for multiple weeks here, because this is a fresh breakout. So you haven't missed anything yet, in my opinion. If what I think is going to happen happens, we should end the year up around 140K. We're currently trading at 116. There's about $14,000 there worth of profitability you can extract out of this asset. So you haven't missed anything. That is, of course, if you can trade one Bitcoin, there's that much to extract. And that fits in with what we've done in the last 3 years. Now, of course, I don't know if Bitcoin will go up to 140. But the way this week closes and the way next week trades will tell me a lot. Right? As of right now, it looks good. Here, let's just clear all of these drawings, because we've got a fresh breakout, both trend lines. You've got this one that you're freshly breaking out of, and you have this one that you're freshly breaking out of. This trend line held for a long time. Now, it wasn't the trend line that held when price traded up here, because the trend line didn't exist when we first traded up here. It was the old all-time high that was holding us resistance, right? So look at your weeklies. You traded above it throughout the week, but closed under it. That's important. Here, you did the same thing last week. We traded above, but closed under. Now, what's funny about last week is we actually traded above early on in the week, didn't we? Right? Or no, it wasn't. It wasn't. Right here's the open. So we traded down first last week. But anyway, we still closed under. Here's your close. So there's this week's open right here, right at the old all-time high, right at the level that was holding weekly candles down. It wasn't keeping their wicks down. It's keeping their closes down. The closes are what's important for us. As price action analysts, this is why you hear me focus so much on closures. Now, traps exist, so closes aren't going to tell you 100% of the time what's going to happen, because traps exist. So you can get a close above and then reject the very next week. But it can tell you more about what's transpiring. Did you close above it strongly? Did you barely close above it? Right? Those things matter. I would call this a strong close above it. So this breakout is important, this breakout is important, and this breakout is important. All three of those matter going forward. If Bitcoin can hold this strength, if we can accumulate sideways above these levels, that's going to do what? That's going to bring in who? That's going to bring in buyers, my friends. Buyers, not sellers. Buyers. So if Bitcoin can accumulate above for a lot of time here, in 2-3 days, we're about to get 2 weekend days, so there should be some more accumulation. So I wouldn't doubt it a bit if we don't get to Sunday's close right around the same price we are right now. I wouldn't doubt it a bit if we don't see that. And then here's next week's open, right? That's what you can expect for this whole weekend. But that would look good as it is holding above. And if we get continuation to the upside, it should be big. Where's the last breakout point? What does it look like? Looks good. This is what we currently have. Are we on log? We are. Get off log. Looks good. Breakout point is around the midpoint of this candle. Breakout point here is at the open, so that's good. Breakout point here is, well, not quite the midpoint. So that's going to be a little bit concerning. Now, if we close up here, that's going to look really good. So next week, we can watch for a low to come in and test the midpoint of this weekly candles breakout. And then we could be a buyer there. Next week. So next week's trade plan is, in a sense, depending on how we close Sunday. If it closes up and strong, then we're going to be buyers at the roughly around the midpoint, maybe a little lower, but that's where we want to try to buy next week. And anticipation that we get continuation. But here, this is what you got when we broke out this time. You opened the new weekly candle and you never even went below the open. That would be nice if we get that even. I'll be a buyer Sunday night just in case. Will I have to stop that trade out? Yeah. If it goes lower, I'll close it and then I'll look to buy again at the midpoint. But with dynamic risk management, not with a full size position. You want to limit the amount of money you're losing each time you throw in risk. So if you use dynamic risk management, instead of losing a full percent, you can go in at the open Sunday night and buy 25% of your normal position sizing. That way, if it goes down and you're not using 30x leverage, you could buy the next low with another 25%, and then you'll have a half a position. You'll be losing more, but if it starts to trade up, you can add. And then you can catch the breakout. If it breaks out, that's the thing. Nobody knows that it will. Nobody knows that it will, but that's what everybody's going to be looking for next week. They're going to be looking for upside continuation. But if we get something like this next week, then of course people will not be happy. Right? If we get something like this next week, then clearly you're going to see people not happy. I will be one of those people that are not happy. Because I make money when Bitcoin goes up. I own it, so I make money when it goes up. I love it when it goes up. It's just so much easier to make money in a bull market. Anybody can do it. You literally just hold. Here was the last all-time high. Breakouts don't always work. Look how freaking confusing this one was. Looks good. Looks good. Midpoint was a good place to buy it, and then you got stopped out 2 weeks later. Blah. Yuck. This one was even more confusing. Which technically this candle was not a breakout, right? Because of this wick. So this was not a breakout. It was a breakout above this line, which was the old all-time high, but it was no longer a breakout. A breakout has to be above everything, above highs, all highs. That's a breakout. So we did not break out. This is a failed breakout. Because it closed back under. So at the very minimum, going into this week, we knew that the breakout failed. So we were a little bit more cautious. And then these 3 weeks right here were very confusing for very many people. And you can see why. I mean, this is a bearish engulfing. You traded well above this candle's high, but still inside of this one. That's not what we have right here. Right here is completely different. We are above everything. Everything. We're above the old high. We're above everything. As long as this candle closes strongly above everything, you will probably see a lot more buying pressure next week. If it closes back inside and then next week opens down in here, then the breakout will be way up here. Then you will see people scalping that short, because that would be a failure. So people would be looking for a liquidation break on that one. So it's just all about the close. The close is so very, very, very important. It will literally change the mindset of every trader that is watching Bitcoin right now. Every single one across the board. You can look at every single breakout and just try to ask yourself, what would you have done? Or what did you do during that time? This candle right here more suits what we have today, this week, than the last breakout we got. This one is more suitable to what we currently have. And look what happened after that. You had 3 straight weeks of upside continuation. Boom, boom, boom. beautiful. The close is so very important. We broke out, but we failed. Then you got this. Then that. But once you got this midpoint check, boom. This is a very different structure. This is the structure we've literally been looking for on Bitcoin for such a long time. That, you got 2 weeks of continuation after. So it's perfectly feasible that we get another, after this week, as long as it closes strong, we get another week and another week after that of upside continuation. We could literally be at my yearly target, year-end target in 2 weeks. Wouldn't that be lovely? So lovely. XRP popping. Yes, it was. Yes, it is. It's still up 9% on the day, let alone the week. Let's look at the day. You're checking the midpoint right now. Would we have made money if, no, we would not have made money. I'm glad we did not short that earlier. That was a big, this might be kind of like a blow off move here. Damn, son, damn. I did not expect it to test $2.90 today. You almost hit $3. 339 is the breakout point on XRP. I find it funny that XRP is closer to breaking out than Ethereum. 24%. You need another 24% on that. What do we need on Ethereum? Wait. Why anybody looks at this chart and thinks it looks good is, I don't know. You need another 65% on Ethereum just to break out, bro. Like, XRP is currently better, and in most people's eyes, well, it's not more valuable, obviously. These are $2,000 each, almost $3,000 each. These are a couple bucks, but still, as far as percentages go, because the amount is irrelevant. When you're a billionaire, it's irrelevant how much each one is. The position sizing is what's relevant. The percentage growth is what's relevant, not the price. So if Ethereum has to go 65% to break out, and XRP just needs to go 25% to break out, XRP is currently structured better for a breakout than Ethereum is. It's right now testing today's midpoint, and it did it very quickly. So I doubt that's going to hold. See, this is momentum. Whenever you have a lot of momentum going into a technical level, it's also best to let it just chill. Daddy, chill. Right? Chill, daddy, chill. Because you got so much momentum. Boom, 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 boom. It could blast right through that simply and easily. The momentum is slowing. So it's been 20 minutes. But I think it's all going to matter what Bitcoin ultimately does. Okay, Farcoin looks to be making a higher high. So we're going to put a little risk on the Fartster here. We're going to drop this leverage though. We're going to go in with 12x. Oh wait, no we're not. We're not going to scalp it. We're going to look for an actual entry here. So we're going to leave it at 20. Because Farcoin's down 1.62%. It made a fresh daily low and it's holding support there. So this will be my line in the sand moving forward on this position. we start closing 5-minute candles, plural, under this, then I will exit the position. I'm going to try to get entry at 1.2952. So 52 entry. And then we can manage our risks simple. Small entry. Go in with dynamic risk. Wish you looked at MAV. It dropped. Oh, well, I'm sorry, guy. The best way to get my attention in the chat is to @ my name, because it'll pop up orange. If the chat is moving like it is now, most of the time the chat doesn't move that much, so I can see the entire chat without scrolling. If I have to scroll, I might not notice it either, but I can look at it now. I have no problem with looking at it now. Yeah, it's given back a lot of its gains. It's under the midpoint, so it's in this is in danger of being a false break. Well, it's not a breakout, but it's in danger of being. I don't know what this crazy wick is there. My goodness. This thing like literally can't get killed anymore. It used to be trading at $1. Almost $1. It's trading at 4 cents. Like 4 more pennies and this thing's going to 100,000 land. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty much done. But yeah, I mean, this would have been one that would have been a short side candidate, right? But I guess on a technical basis, we could have watched that, but that's not really a supply zone. You have an old weekly support there that you could have watched, I guess. Let's see what last month's high looks like. Yeah, we didn't even test it. Last month's open would have been tested. There you go. There would have been the technical level to watch for the short. I got filled on Farcoin, by the way. So it would have been a difficult watch. As you blasted through, this probably would have prompted emotions to short. Then it ran above the high a day and then it rolled over. So yeah, that probably stopped out most traders. Because it's only a nickel. At that point, it would have been a nickel. You could have bought 1 million of them, right? And with leverage, that's a big move. That's a 3% move. So multiply that loss. It would have been a big loss. Like at 20x leverage, there's no way I'm sitting in a 2 or a 3% move. Because that's what I'm trying to make. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get 3%. I'm not wanting to lose 3%. But yeah, it's definitely weaker than others now. So that was like kind of a big move. So be careful on XRP because you're seeing a similar momentous move there. So if you liquidate today's high day on XRP later on in the day, it might be a good short if it drops back under. If it goes up and then drops under, you can throw your short on, mitigate your risk above the new high of day. Or you could just simply watch if you're looking for shorts. I don't know why you would be, but something similar that I was watching on Jasmine earlier. See how it did ultimately hold? So ultimately it did hold. Like, you were unable to close 5-minute candles above that one. There's your level you're watching. You push up above it, then you reverse. So that ultimately would have been your short entry. So you can watch for something like that on XRP, but don't enter the short on the way up. So like when price is pushing, do not look to enter that short. You want to let it do its thing. You want to sit back and watch it. For something like this, then you can short it and look for that expansion back lower. So that's what you can do on XRP. MAV, unfortunately, has already done it. Yeah, like I said, man, I can't predict what price will do. So when I look at one of these assets and it's currently pushing, I have no idea which one's going to drop and how much it's going to drop. Like, it's impossible for me to know that. So, I mean, you're going to miss trades, guys. Yeah, that's a 14% move lower. Yeah, this one clearly, in hindsight, would have been the one to short. I'm not, yeah, you'll never know that stuff. Like, there's no amount of technical analysis in the world that'll tell you which one to short or which one will be weak or how much it will move. No analysis in the world will tell you any of that information. Unfortunately, that is the God's honest truth. Because if you knew any of that, then I would have been watching MAV and I would have shorted it right here because I knew it was going to drop 12%. I would have went in with every dime I own. Every cent I could get my hand on, and I would max lever it. If they would let me lever it 400x, I would. And I would literally hold it to that wick low. Because I would know. Yeah, that's impossible. Can't do it. This is why it's also good to have a basket of alts on your watch list and take multiple trades. Because maybe the one you like the most doesn't work and one you don't care about works the best. What about Boom? You specifically said BOOM, not BOME or BONK. I don't see it. That's the premium index. No, I don't see that on Binance. So there has to be a better one that's got more data than that. Even this doesn't even trade on MEXC. Bigot has a lot of data, but it looks like it was another thing before it turned into this thing. This is brand new, like spanking new. Like this just came on the market a couple days ago. Even Weeks has the same data. This, since it's so new, this could literally be a pump and dump. If you pump on day one and then sell off the rest of the time, like that's the very definition of a pump and dump, right? Now you haven't dumped that much. I mean, it's trading pretty simply to the downside here. You're not really much further away from this low, so you're losing momentum. It's a slow roller. There's obviously no monthly levels for me to give you. There's not even a weekly. I can only give you 2 weekly levels. I can give you a midpoint. That's why you're finding support. That's why you're losing momentum. You're at the midpoint. Clearly, I cannot tell you if it will hold here or not. But that is why you're losing steam. Notice how your lows were insignificant. So be careful. Let's see if we can get some kind of... Okay. Let's see what they're watching. Not so much a channel, is it? About the best thing that I could do for this on a technical basis is literally just watch to see what it does down here. Like, does it put in a bear trap? If it closes an hourly candle under this and then rejects, maybe you could be a buyer. Maybe that's going to be the low. I don't know. And then as far as on the upside, we don't have enough data. I bet you it would hit the 50 on a topside retest. You see what I'm saying? Like, the RSI is giving you enough data on the 4 hour now. So you're losing momentum on the 2 hour time frame. So you do have bullish divergence on the 2 hour. I have to look at the intraday RSI because there's not enough data to look at any higher time frame RSIs. But you are printing divergence here. You are making lower lows with price and higher lows on your oscillator. That's typically a diverging signal. So you don't want to be shorting it down here, right? Even if it is a pump and dump, you need to wait for the next pump. And I would say if it's closing 2 hour candles inside of the top of this channel, then I could manage my risk off of that for the short. But if you're closing 2 hour candles above this channel, then the bulls are back in control because you're probably going to be back above the 50 at that point. So if you are, I don't know that I would try to short it because this thing is just too new. I don't know anything about it. If you know like the macro fundamentals of this coin and you like it, then you would want to look for that bear trap to be a buyer. Wait for the trap because everybody can see this divergence. You're not the only one out there that sees this 2 hour divergence. So if you are wanting to buy it because the macro fundamentals of this shitcoin are freaking awesome, wait for the trap. That wick is a tag. That wick is a tag. That is a tag. This is your trend line. So wait for the trap. It might be a 4 hour trap. It might be an 8 hour trap. It could be a whole daily trap. It could be a 2 hour or a 1 hour trap. Wait for the trap. Wait for the trap to reveal itself as a trap and then buy it. Because of the divergence. If the divergence wasn't there, I would say just watch support. But there is a divergence there. Wait for the trap. And then similarly up here, if you want to short it. You don't want to short it down here because at any moment now you could get a big bullish rip your face off. Bleh. So you don't want to short before you test the top side of this. And reject. And then depending on where it closes would dictate to me if I even want to short it. Like if it closes above it, not necessarily. And if it closes above all resistance levels, not necessarily would I want to short it. Oh, 4-hour res is the one I would watch. There's 3 of them. Okay. So just simply watch supply. Boom. Perfect. Yep. So there's your risk level, or your level to manage risk from, as long as you're closing 8 hours under that price. If you're closing really close to it, you might want to give it another 8-hour session, because you could be putting in a bull trap. But that's the only way I could trade this. There's no other strategy that I can give you on this. There's just not enough data. Shorting gives good funding rate right now, though. Sloth bag. Which one are you talking about? Sup, dude? I didn't see you say what's up. Sorry. And I don't know which one you're talking about when you say shorting gives you a good funding rate. Yeah, if the funding rate is negative, the shorts are paying. If the funding rate is positive, the shorts are getting paid. Okay? Can you check MAV token? I think I read that and checked that. It's the one we just looked at. It literally broke down. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, there's really nothing I can do here. I mean, it is bullish, but it needs to hold the 50. It definitely needs to close above the 50 here. On a daily time frame to keep this bullish momentum breakout. That's the only thing that would save this to the upside, in my opinion. Even if it doesn't close above resistance, I still like it, as long as the very next day isn't a big ass bearish engulfing, which is always a concern when buying 50 RSI retests. There's always that concern once you break above, the very next day reveals the trap. But if everything is still bullish, like if Bitcoin is up on the close today and up nicely and most of your watch list is green, then I would say that the odds are better for it as a buy. But it needs to close above the 50 on the RSI. It needs to close above the 50 or the midpoint of today's range. If it does all that, then maybe you could watch the same areas to be a buyer tomorrow or Sunday. Control Z to undo does not work for failing trades. Oh, wouldn't that be sweet? Control Z. Yeah, I was pushing Control Z, 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 Z. And then I just refreshed the page, and because I lost the whole indicator bar. Like, it was just gone. It just disappeared from the monitor. So I refreshed the website, and then it came back. Is X up yet? What is up, dude? X still not up. That sucks. Yeah, that's funny. Control Z to undo losing trades. That would be brilliant if that worked. Yeah, we checked Mogcoin a few times now. SPX, USDT, ETH. Yeah, we looked at that too, didn't we? Yeah. He runs Mountain, says he's been trading Bitcoin and Ethereum futures on Coinbase for a while now. Just wondering if you have access to it yet. I'm in the US. Yeah, I do. Yep. I can trade futures now on Coinbase. I just haven't yet. I'm basically just going to keep my money where it is right now. And then if Weeks ends up going away or no longer accepting US customers, then I'll just transfer my funds to Coinbase and then I'll just trade on Coinbase. I mean, it would be easier to do that anyways, but I'm sure they probably have margin limitations and a few other things. Coinbase is really expensive on fees too. So like every time I withdraw money, I lose about 20 or 30 bucks. And I withdraw money weekly, so that shit adds up. But I do it the quick way. I guess I could do it the wait 2 or 3 days way, and then the fees are way less. But it is what it is. To me, it's free money anyway. I mean, when I say free money, I mean I literally didn't have to go out and work in the sun all day to get it. So, free. Anytime I click a button and then click a button again and then poof, magic, I can withdraw cash. That to me is free. I mean, I worked my whole life until I was, 35-ish? So, yeah, not having to break my back to make money, I consider it free money. Even though I am working for it, I am trading for it, it's still free. Okay, I got that, but I thought you entered a new one today. Yeah, I did at the very beginning of the stream. I absolutely did, but I had to close it like pretty soon right after. Yeah. Intraday volatility is something that I have not been able to analyze correctly. So, like, it's too chaotic, intraday volatility, because you got everybody's emotions running high, especially right at the open, because people are programmed to look for trades at the open. So, a lot of your fake outs come at the open. Like, I just bought again Farcoin because of what it's currently doing. The fact that it's negative on the day now. The fact that it did liquidate the daily low. The fact that it was unable to close another 5-minute candle lower than that one. I took a long entry again just to see if the buyers show up. Because Fart could close up 3% today if the buyers do show up. And that would be a 4.5% gain today if it works. Minus what I lost playing around earlier, which was like $20. I'm up $70 on that long right now, but it's still like, this is not bullish momentum by any stretch of the imagination. It's barely going up. And you haven't closed the 5-minute candle above this candle's close yet either. So you could be in the midst of setting a lower edge or lower daily range. Like, you could be just setting a range for the rest of the day that could stay in this area. Right? This is, I mean, I normally don't like to take trades that late, but it has been after the stream goes off where we've been seeing these things move this week. Farcoin literally hasn't been moving a whole lot during stream hours. right in here, we were still bearish. As long as it was trading under this candle's open, we had still a bearish bias because this was a fresh breakdown. So we didn't know until yesterday. The reason we got long is because we were trading back above the monthly VWAP. And Hype Coin had already reversed its downside candle structure. Like, it literally did this. Like, we were trading above the midpoint during the stream. And I remember specifically saying, if this thing closes above the midpoint of this breakdown candle, you're going to have a shooting star, or not a shooting star, but a morning star reversal pattern here. And that's going to bring in buying pressure based on shorts getting stopped, looking for downside continuation of the breakdown. But we didn't get that real good move up until after the stream. And the same goes for yesterday. We didn't get that big move up until after the stream. I ended my stream because I was waiting for someone to get here, and they got here, so I had to go. So I just kind of ended it abruptly and then left. I came back in 10 minutes later, and Bitcoin was moving. It was literally breaking out. I seen Jordan went live. I jumped on his live stream, said what's up. Got no responses, so I left. But yeah, it was after the stream we got the move higher. So we may get something like that today. Right now, as we're speaking, the S&P 500 is holding its intraday VWAP. Right now. So anybody that is looking for downside continuation based off of yesterday's or last night's Asian session sell-off, because literally the S&P 500, that's 2000 hour, that's 8 p.m. That is the Asian session open. That's when the selling pressure came in, and it lasted for 2 hours. Boom, big sell-off, right? You took out the previous day's low with that. So anybody looking for downside continuation today based on that move, they're getting their positions are getting threatened because it's not breaking down. Like, this was best case scenario. Hopefully they took profits on that move lower, because if they shorted at the New York session open like I did, price is still trading above that entry. So anybody that shorted the New York session open is stuck right now. If they didn't get stopped out with that move up there, they are still holding their shorts, praying that this thing gets back under. So those shorts could literally be the ones that causes a cascading effect later on today for the ES 500 to just slowly trend back to the upside all day long. So, yeah, there is a potential trap being formed right now. Those people are stuck. If we get that, hopefully we get the same kind of movement on Bitcoin and thus altcoins. And then that Farcoin long that I just got into that isn't giving us anything, maybe gives us something later on today. Pep still in play. I mean, I put it on the watch list. That's not it. But I haven't traded it. Yeah, it is. It's into a daily resistance level. It's into a daily supply zone right now. But you're trading above June's open, which is very good. You're also trading above May's close, which is also very good. I would say if you fibbed out that range, you're also probably above. You are currently above the 786 of last month's range. So right now it looks okay, but it's not getting upside continuation from that point. That's the point at which I would want to see hold as support. And it currently is. So I'm not the only one looking at this. If I was the only one looking at this, price would have blasted right through there without even thinking twice. So other people trade like me. You can see that is a freaking perfect test. This is a little bit deeper, but what would this be? This is a liquidation of the daily low. That's your daily low right there, is it? No, it isn't. Okay, so this is your daily low. But anyways, this is the 786 retracement of June's range. So if the sellers are going to win in July, this is the level that they need to keep it under. This is the last line of defense for the shorts. And I'll tell you why. Because June's high is just right above us. That is the target. More than likely, if you get above June's high, anybody that got short in June that is still holding that short will be forced out. So there are willing buyers at a higher price right now. You have willing buyers in the marketplace setting right above this. A bunch of them. Willing buyers sitting right up here. They're willing buyers because they're holding a short position and they have a stop loss above June's high. This is June's high. So they're praying that this level holds and it rolls over. But on an intraday basis, it looks like it's being defended to me. So Pep would technically be in play up to this point. So you just have to ask yourself this question. Is there enough potential upside for you to put on risk in the market? Okay, let's see if there's enough potential upside in Pepe. Jesus. Yes. Yes. There is a lot of potential upside from here on Pepe. Yes, Pepe is in play. There is 9% in asset growth up to there. And we know for a fact there are a lot of willing buyers higher than that. We know they're there. We don't have to look at any kind of data to tell us. We know they're there. If they shorted June's open even, or June's close, or it was a downside month, right? It was. So if they shorted anywhere from the high to the open, their stop is above the high. So those are the willing buyers. As long as you're not losing the June open, I could be a buyer on this. Now let's go see, is this July's VWAP? I doubt it. It's probably a daily. So let's put June or July's VWAP up. We don't care about June's because we know we're trading above it, right? We're trading above June's VWAP. So June's VWAP is no longer important to us. We just need July's. We want to turn that blue or whatever color works for you. Yes. Okay, perfect. So June's VWAP, or July's VWAP is below the June open. So as long as price holds here or here, I could be a buyer on Pepe. Targeting June's high. Yep, it's in play. Absolutely, it's in play. And because it's in play, it gets moved up to the top of the list. Absolutely. So thank you for asking for this, because it absolutely is a trade for me. A 9% potential return just to stop out June shorts. I'm in. I'm game. Yeah. Let's see what it's done in the last 3 days. I mean, it's clearly bullish. Up, up, up. Yes, it's in play. There is a daily res that's up there that's going to cause more shorts. Probably, but in my opinion, that's just going to help us get to our June high target. I can't buy it where it currently is because there's too much fluctuation inside from here to there. So if I get a retest of this area, and as long as we're not closing 5-minute candles under this candle, I will take it long here on Pepe. Hopefully we haven't missed it, because we're also getting upside expansion currently on Farcoin. Now, we still got some time. Sorry, I said 5-minute. I meant 15-minute. 5 minutes here. I mean, this looks exactly like Farcoin. It looks exactly like Farcoin. The chances are that's what Bitcoin looks like. Yeah, it is. But these things are just going to do whatever Bitcoin's doing. But that is a very, very reachable target if this thing gets bullish momentum or can stay above the 786. Yeah, it's right into resistance, but I think it would help fuel the move higher. Because at this point, they're already shorting it, right? They've already started shorting it. They started shorting it yesterday, because look how yesterday closed. I mean, that is not a coincidence. You opened down here. You blasted through this one. And June's open. Tested this one and closed under it. You got daily supply there. Like, there's a lot of technical levels there. It closed under it on purpose. Literally to pull shorts in. Oh, well, it closed under, so I'm shorting it. Boom. So, yeah, this is not an accident. Candlesticks are designed for one thing: to invoke your reactions emotionally. That's what they're built for. That's what they do. They pull you in to a trade. They prompt you to put on risk. You're looking for them to do something, and when that happens, you get into the market. They generate liquidity. Right? You just have to put what you can see together in a way that sounds logical or at least feasible, and then decide whether or not you want to put on risk to see if your thesis is correct. I think as Bitcoin can maintain bullish strength for the rest of the day, if we see that strength unfold in the ES, and I mean, Nvidia is strong still today. Microsoft is up on the day. Apple is testing the open of the day. So, I mean, I don't see any reason at all why we couldn't see altcoins get bullish on the second half of the day. Still in play, Brian. Oh, are you talking about Pepsi? Brian, okay. You're talking about Pepsi. Brian only trades stocks. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're closing dailies above the 21, it's still a feasible long. Absolutely. I mean, I don't see any reason why it isn't. This is consolidating above our profit target. It's not a technical resistance level. This was our this was our entry point. This was our stop. That was our one standard deviation. So that's literally all that is. One standard deviation. We had a secondary longer term target of 140. That's where my call is. The strike that I'm sitting at is 140. If it gets up there before expiration, I'll make money. I make money right now if I close it because I entered it down here. But each day that it stays choppy like this without growth is taking away from that unrealized P&L. So if it can, I mean, we got earnings coming up here. So maybe it isn't. I don't know what I'm going to do here. I don't know. Like, I pray that Pepsi blows up in the next week before Thursday. Really and truly. I would much rather see this get up here before earnings, but since earnings is so close, that is so not likely. It's likely going to chop sideways here until earnings. And then, since earnings is so close, you got to hope for a good earnings report. I mean, I wouldn't trade it now. We traded it when it was down here. This is when we bought it. We bought it on this day. But it is holding. Clearly, I don't know what it will do from here, but as long as it's holding, I don't see why it isn't. But it's also established itself in a range. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So I wouldn't trade it right now. If you're in it long and you're holding it, that's different. But taking a new position, I mean, what's the likelihood you're going to see a huge expansion before earnings this close? Earnings is next Thursday. And that's pre-market, not, pre-market on Thursday morning. You will either get a nice big move up, or this will be a BART, and we will lose money. Right? I'm not a very good artist. That's the ugliest BART I've ever seen. But yeah, if they do bad on earnings, you'll see a BART. If they do good on earnings, you'll get your secondary leg to the upside, which is what we hope will happen because we clearly set in a range for a long time. So a lot of people are accumulating Pepsi down here because we got the move, the initial move we wanted to see, the explosion out of the range. My freaking problem with it is it only lasted for 4 days and it didn't go very far. That's my issue with it. Like, I was hoping for something more like that, right? A bigger move. I mean, this thing does BART. It BARTed there. But you didn't get a lot of consolidation, but it still BARTed nonetheless. You had a little bit of, 2 weeks of consolidation. Big move up, set in BART's hairdo, and then you rolled over. Boom. That could absolutely happen here. Let's see if the analysts are selling or if it's still a buy signal on analyst projections. It's still a buy, but this has shifted, right, to a hold. Didn't we have more strong buys than this when we looked at it earlier? I don't remember. I'm thinking there was like a lot more strong buys. but now there's just a bunch of holds. Here's where we got our profit and our price targets from, is the projections, the probabilities. That's why we had a price target of 140, but that was back when Pepsi was trading for 127. It's within the realm of possibility to get there before year end. And then if we also look at seasonality, it's been in a 3-year downtrend, so let's see, where were we last time? Last couple years. So these are the 2 years. We're looking at a 5-year period here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Right? And we know Pepsi's been trending down for the last 3 years. So this year, which is 25, 24, and 23. So we're still in the context of a downtrend, but we're much lower than we were as far as percent loss on year than we were the last 2-3 years. So Pepsi's literally been as more of a value this year than it has been in the last several years. But that also means that Pepsi is obviously struggling more in 2025 than it has any other year. So that doesn't necessarily mean good things. We need a good blowout earnings, I think. If we get we don't even need a blowout earnings. If we get a good earnings report, there should be no reason why we can't hit. There should be no reason why we can't hit our 140 target. No reason at all. If we get bad earnings, that trade is going to be. I wish I would have took them. I wish I would have took profits. You know what I mean? It's going to be one of those scenarios. It will or it will not work. But it's within the realm of possibility. And if we do start getting good earnings, then we could see it get back to I don't know if we'll see it get back up to positive on the year, but if we could end the year down 5%, we would be doing good, right? I wish this told me the price also, not just how much it's down on the year. But if we could just get back to there, that would be a freaking huge, huge win. So we don't necessarily need it. Let's see, how much is down 5% on the year? Right there. So 144 to finish the year down 5%. That is 100% possible. I like it. And the analysts do it's better, like it's a neutral. So this is still a buyable opportunity. According to analyst ratings, you've got 5 strong buys, and that's at current market value of 134. Price target right here is 145. $145. Mine is 140. And you just have to decide whether or not you want to take the risk. The analysis looks okay for now. It starts closing dailies back under that 21. I'm not going to love it, because we should be able to hold that at least at the very minimum. But they have not been doing great on earnings. I mean, look at this earnings gap down. That was their last earnings report. Literally, you haven't been able to go much lower than the last earnings report. So you're back up to where the last earnings report literally closed. So they need a good earnings report. That's why it's not expanding. I didn't pay attention to how close those earnings were. So we're either going to have to sell it before earnings, because it's impossible to manage risk. The earnings is going to come out before the market opens. So if you buy options, you're not going to be able to exit those calls until the market opens. And that could be way too freaking late. Could be way too late on a very bad earnings. So it is a gamble with earnings that close. It is a total gamble. And the process works for me. I'm hooked and doing great. That's awesome. I love to hear that. Adding to my shorts a little bit here, says DC. Unfortunately, I've been doing market orders, because limit is hard to get filled. Yep. On the exit, it's very difficult to get filled on limit orders. I go in limit, out market. So put me in the trade limit, take me out of the trade market. This way I get a good fill and pay half of the fees. Half. Instead of paying the full in and out price, you're just paying the out price. You can still always be a maker a maker going in. That's why I like trading spot Bitcoin instead, but the memes are so schizo, the fees are manageable. Yep. Could you take a look at TIA next, please? Yeah. 35% on DC short with my stop. Check Ethereum. Let's go look at Ethereum real quick, and then I will look at TIA. TIA. Up 30% on the short. What my stop take profit was thinking 29.15, 28.40. Are you looking for a short on Ethereum also? I mean, I don't love a short on Ethereum. I don't love a short on anything right now because everything is up. Risk markets are up. Okay. So if you're managing risk based off of intraday VWAP, you were thinking, I lost your comment. 29.15, 28.40. 29.15. And then 28.40. I mean, it's a pretty wide target. It could happen, but there's a lot of buying pressure in the markets right now. So you're literally looking for something like this, I'm assuming. As long as you're not closing 15-minute candles higher than that. And then this is your next place to watch. So, I mean, it's anybody's guess as to what it's going to do here, as you did break down below the VWAP, but you did not get downside continuation from that. Now that you're back up there, a secondary or a new entry could work. But since we broke down, the shorts jumped on it there, and you broke down again. And that was all you got out of that. I don't love the short. When you see a market go down, like, you can see it, right? It just keeps going down. It's because people are selling harder than they're buying. Fear motivates them. On the sell side, it's fear that motivates, not anything else. It's straight fear. And that's why we see much bigger red candles. So the fact that you did a great, perfect technical setup there for all intraday scalpers, broke down below VWAP, retested supply, held supply, rolled over, you only got one 15-minute candle of continuation. And you're right back to your entry almost. So if this keeps pushing, all these people that shorted this candle is going to be in trouble. I never want to get short an asset and then be in the trade for an hour and it comes back to my entry. That is a signal to me that I am wrong. Because when I'm right, most of the time I get in the trade and then price trades away from my entry, and it usually does it with gusto, like with oomph, with momentum. Well, it looked really good. It looked like that was going to play out here. But instead of getting 2 or 3 more of these 15-minute candles, you got 0 more. You got 1 out of it. Just 3 down 5-minute candles. That's not oomph or gusto or momentum. So now those shorts, and that was, 10:30. So the shorts started to build up at 8:50. Went to the New York Open, 9:30. Had a psych move up. Shorts hit it. They held it. So these guys are going to get stopped out of here. But these downside continuation guys, they didn't really get what they were looking for. Or these guys took profits here. Either way, it's threatening that short trade again. So that the continuation isn't there. This is why I don't like this short. Because now I'm trying to short it now, hoping the continuation does come after the market's already told me, yeah, not happening. But it could fail here if new shorts enter, I guess, here. I just don't love the trade. It needs to see, Bitcoin needs to roll over. Bitcoin looks like it's found support and then traded away from it. But this is intraday price action, so it's chaotic and unreadable. It's emotional. It's anywhere and everywhere. So technical analysis does not really work on an intraday basis that often, that much. Like I see people trying to do it all the time on Twitter, I was just looking at a guy's short and he made a very beautiful, here, where was I? Let's go make fun of that guy. You guys want to make fun of some people? Let's make fun of some people. Let me see if I can even find it. He got lucky. I can't find it. Here, let's just go. Let's go to popular. Why won't it pop out? My baby says, because I'm not supposed to do that. I'm not supposed to make fun of people. I'm just trying to make a point. I'm not making fun of the guy that made the analysis. Professional traders know that we cannot pick or predict price, right? He knows that too. He actually tells people that shit in the comment section because they're giving him hell. He's like, it ain't like I knew what was going to happen. Yeah, I don't see it. This is probably like Twitter or something, and it recommends stuff. And since I've already looked at it, was it this? No, that's a buy. The longs were on the right side of the market, guys. Yesterday, all week, the longs have been the right side of the market. It was a short, but it was an intraday. That's a 4-hour chart. I thought it was a white chart. Nope, 2-hour, and that's USD CAD anyway. It was. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't remember the person's name. It was one of the top ones, though. It was one of the, because I posted because I don't post on this ever, hardly. I used to, but I don't anymore. But Twitter's down. Or X is down. So since X was down, I was just putting something out there. But anyway, yeah. We can't predict what intraday price action is going to do. You can watch technical levels and you can put risk on, and you just got to manage that risk. It either will work or it won't, right? That's all we got. That's all we can do. I would like it a lot better if it was at like a super high time frame level. And you don't have a super high time frame level anywhere here. Right? You got nothing here, really. Previous month's high, you're trading above it. You rejected the daily open. I mean, that's why it's rejecting, because the short targets, that was short side targets, mostly, more than likely. If your short's going to work, it's going to be because more shorts jump onto it, right? That's the only way it works. More profit taking happens and more shorts jump on it. But that's a pretty big target. I don't know what your stop loss is. You just said your entry and potential take profit. So it would look similar to that. You could get it up higher, which would be better. Would be a little bit better, but you're still trying to take profits way under the open. Dude, your profit target is also way under the low. This is your low of day. So your profit target is expectation that you're going to break through the daily open and set a fresh daily low and more. Like much more. So your profit target, you're anticipating a 5% move. Is that even feasible? It is right now. But is it, if we look at the daily time frame, what is our target indicator going to tell us? If you're new here and you don't know what my target indicator is, it is the average true range on a daily time frame. That gives you your estimated daily ranges from the open of the day. So a normal expectancy for Ethereum's daily move is $130. That's your normal expectancy, 130, and that's for a full daily range, a full size daily range, 130. You're about 20 points too far. Your profit target is not even likely to get hit. On a normal volume, normal trading day, no extra volatility, you're about 20 points too far. Your points need to be within 130, and that's stretching it. Remember, we aim for half. We aim for half the midpoint. So if your total daily range expectations are 130 points, you need to move your profit target up at least 30 points. So that means you're going to have a tighter stop in order to reach a 2-to-1 risk to reward. And then that's stretching it. That's like pushing it to the limit. Let alone if you get your move, just your trade alone is too broad. So a better trade, not right now, because clearly you're rejecting the daily open. But if resistance holds up here, so 70. Okay, let's just get it above the low day. Right there would be the max range that I would have on a day trade expectation. So for me, for my trading, for my rule set, right? My trade would be this. And that would fit within my parameters. Now, that's only the way I look for targets and entries. That's not following my rule set on when to short, when to long. That's just if I had to short it. Like if someone held a gun to my head and said, I need you to give me short entry, take profit, blah, blah, blah. This is gun to my head. There's your, right here. Stop 3043, entry 3003, take profit 2922. That fits inside the expected daily range or the probabilistic expectational move. Anything beyond that, you have expectations of it moving more than it usually does. So that can't be a trade. But this can if you still want the short. All right. Average true range, it'll keep you out of trouble. It'll keep you from taking trades because like that was your profit target and entry points. You came up with them. Had you looked at this indicator, the average true range, you would have had a much tighter within the expected daily range anyway. This is the open. So technically, you could, in theory, get a 130 point move lower than that, right? In theory. But not if it's already moved up that far. It's already moved up that far. So like, look where the open is of the daily range. Just ignore all this data. Just focus on today's candle. Let's just focus on this. That is the open, 2000 hours. So if we're just focusing on today's range, knowing before today even opens, right? We know before the day even opens that we can have an expectation of 130 points. We're not shooting for 130 because that's a normal expectancy. We're actually shooting for half of that. So we'll go from the open here and we'll go down 70 points. Or let's go 80. That's stretching it. So that's within the realm of possibility. And then we can do this. Go from the open and go up. What'd I say? 80. There. But we want to change this to green and this to green. Okay. Now we can delete this and we can turn off the indicators so I don't confuse anybody. Okay. Going in to every single day, because the daytime or the daily range is where we're looking for opportunity. As a trader, that is secondary. Our primary job is identifying the setup and then setting aside an expected amount of money for the setup. And it has to be within a 1% of our total account equity or our account value. So if you're trading with 10 grand or 2 grand or 500, whatever that number is, 1% to max. It's better to be consistent. Pick a number and stick with that number. If you want to do 2, but always and only ever do 2. Then you know that your expected profitability will be either from 29.51 down to potentially 28.70, or if you want to be long, from 29.51 up to 30.32. Correct? That's what is expected inside of the daily range, even before we have any data. So not tomorrow, because tomorrow's the weekend, but on Monday, when I go into Monday, right? Oh, okay. When I go into Monday, this is what I'm going to be looking at on whatever asset I'm about to trade. I want to know what is expected or what is possible to achieve within expectation, within reason, within the expected probabilities. I know I can look for a short from here and target there, or I can look for a long from here and target there. Okay. Now we got all this information. We already know what the daily range did, because instead of my dumbass backtracking it and showing you the awesomeness that is this strategy, you already know that the longs won at the open. First the shorts, but ultimately it was the bulls who got their targets hit today, not the bears. Right? So today, getting long at the open would have paid you to be long, not short. This is how you need to approach every single day. If you're looking to be a day trader, every single day, you need to look or prepare. If Ethereum is what you want to trade on Monday, Sunday night at the open, you need to draw out 80 points to the downside from the open, 80 points to the upside, and that is your operating range as a trader. That is where you are looking to put on risk. That is your expectation. You are not looking for any more than that. You can't look for any more than that, because any more than that is just unexpected volatility, right? It's more. So you can't plan for more, but if you get in it and you get your target hit, you can move your stop to break even, and then and only then, if you get more, then that's just kudos. That's icing on the cake for you, isn't it? But at least you went into the day with the right expectations. You went into the day as a professional, as someone who knows what you're doing. You're going to attack this market today. You have a clear plan, a clear target, a clear expectation. Now, all you have to do, because you will never be able to predict which way it's going to go, is figure out where you want to put on that risk. So you don't have to buy or sell the open, my bro. You can buy or sell the high of day, whatever that may be at that time, whatever your time range is, what time you're trading. Like if you only trade the New York session, then wherever price is at that time, that's going to tell you if you even have a trade. So if your daily range gives you a bullish scenario, like looking at the yearly range, looking at all this stuff, identifying the trend, we know that Ethereum is bullish. We know that it's above the 50 on the daily. Is it above the 50 on the weekly? I don't remember, but let's just say it's across the board. We have a bullish bias on Ethereum, regardless of what Ethereum does for that day, because we can't anticipate that. All we can anticipate is our bias, which would be bullish, because we're above the 20, we're bullish on the year, we're bullish on the month, we're above the July open, yada yada, right? Whatever reasons or whatever indicators you use to get your bias. You've already anticipated that, so you know you want to be a buyer going into the day. You can either A, buy the open, or you can wait for price to trade under the open and look to line that up with another strategical level, another high time frame level, an objective price point. So that way, if you get a down move from the open and you tag that level, like a monthly open or a monthly close, then you know that's where you want to put your risk on. And it doesn't have to be at the open of the day. But here's the thing. If you've already extended what you are expecting it to do, you can't trade it that day, right? Because you were looking for the bullish entry. You couldn't get the bullish entry because it already took off from the open and went up and hit all probabilistic targets. The trade has already played out. So when you hear me say things like the trade has already played out, that isn't me being facetious or just simply saying I don't feel like analyzing your asset. No, I'm approaching it from a professional point of view. I'm simply telling you any probabilistic profit targets today have already been hit. Your professional traders have already exited the position. Now the only thing that you got left is people that don't know what they're doing. And those people are chaotic. Your professionals, you can see them. You can see them just by looking at the candlesticks. I can see what the professionals did in hindsight almost every day. All right? So let's play this forward. So they open it at the Asian session and they start to sell it off. It makes sense because we've seen a sell-off on the S&Ps also at the same exact time. Right? Notice, where does this turn? Right freaking at my midpoint of where my target would be. Remember, price can move a total of 130 points on average. We are only choosing to trade within half of what is possible. And it went to where half of that. Half of that. So you can either try to buy it here in anticipation that you will get up to here, or if you want to stretch it all the way up to there, you could, right? Because it's within limit. It's within reason. It's a possibility that it can happen, that it can even happen. It is a possibility. So let's see what it does. Where's your London session? Oh, wait, we're way over here. All right, good. So let's get the London session, because 8 p.m. is when the first hunk of volume comes in. A daily range every single day on a 24-hour market has 3 key sessions: the Asian Open, the London Open, then the New York Open. Here is your London Open. Your Asian Open is at the daily open, so that's helpful. And then ultimately your London Open, or New York. So you got London, New York. And this is what's possible. So it fell short. So immediately what happened? You can see the professionals in the candles. It gives you a narrative. Okay? I can look at this chart and tell you this. It has happened. The professionals waited for the low of day to be set, and they bought it at the Asian session open. That's literally what they did. You got one 15-minute candle close under the VWAP to bring in the sellers, to force their hand, to say, holy shit, it's selling off at the open. Plus, those people are probably looking at the S&P 500 and they see that it's getting cream puffed right now. So they're going to put 2 and 2 together. They're going to be like, well, Ethereum is selling off at the open at the Asian session. The S&P is getting absolutely hammered at the Asian session. It's going to be a down day, baby. Down day. So it brings in sellers. These first 2 candles pulls in all the sellers. Then it uses their liquidity literally to go right up to target. Now your London traders are coming into the market and they're seeing this data that I'm seeing, that now you lucky 17 are seeing, right? These are the things that we look at. London comes online. Asians, the Asian session, not Asians, I'm not being racist. Asia, Asia bought the daily low. That is your daily low. This is your daily high. So, what does London do? Are they buying or selling? You're going into 6 o'clock here. What did London do? London opens on this candle for the first 1, 2, 3, 4. That's an hour. For the first hour, they did what? They pulled in the sellers. It's going down at the London session. The London session is going to be the high of day. Let's short it. And then they reverse it. Where? At the what? The VWAP. It's the volume weighted average price, guys. It's freaking important. The volume weighted average price. They sold it off to there. And then they did what? They bought it. Why? Because it went up and made a fresh daily high. That's a fresh daily high. And guess what? It's right within Trade Talk's target. The stuff I've been teaching you guys for years. Right there. And then what did it do? It backed off. Why? Because we took profits. The pros took profits. Why? Because that's about half of what can be expected. That is why. Now what do? Boom. This is all of your people that are waking up early, coming to their desk at 6, looking, what did Asia do? What did London do? What is New York going to do? Well, this is where it gets tricky. They sold it off in Asia, then they bought it. Boom. They got to targets. Because if you measure from this low to this high, how big do you think that range is? Guess. I don't know. I'd say 130 points. 115 points. Like, you're freaking 15 points away from being absolutely perfect to 130. Like, that's freaking close, dude. So what did they do? They front ran their profit target. They took profits off a little bit before what is expected, what is possible, right? Right. So now we're coming into New York, and we saw that London bought it and Asia bought it. That's what we got. That's all we got to work with. Literally. That's the edge. That's our edge. Because nobody else knows this stuff. You got people out there teaching people about order blocks. You got people out there teaching them about stuff that don't even freaking matter. That don't even get used in this market. Nobody focuses on that stuff except retail people. Nobody is looking for a 10-minute order block or an unfilled free range chicken egg gap or a Bukowski analytical freelance situational reversal constructionary pattern. Like, nobody's looking for any of that. They're looking at what is objective, what is potentially possible. So coming into New York, that's all we have to work with. We are trading at the VWAP. And in both cases, Asia and London bought the VWAP. I would be bullish. But am I taking this trade? Is it possible for me to make money on it? Not really. Because we're operating well up into the daily range. This is your daily high. This is your open. That's your low. So you're already operating well above, like one standard deviation from the open to low away from the open. So literally high of day is your target, but you can't even do high of day because it can reverse there. So it would have to be short of that. This is a no trade or it's a short. That's all you got. If you have to trade that day, which you never have to trade. That's the beauty of managing your own money. You don't have no one telling you, you got to put on risk, bro. Nobody's telling you that. If you work for a fund manager, they might be telling you, you need to do something. Otherwise, I'm going to take your accounts and give them to Johnny over there because he actually is making money, right? It's fierce in that world. Trust me. That's why I don't do it. You already got enough pressure on you just trying to figure out when the hell you're going to do and not lose money that day. Imagine if you had someone barking orders at you on top of it. So there is a no trade. It's like literally, nah, I don't want to short it because there's too much bullish momentum. Every other signal on this chart on the daily and weekly says it should be a buy. Asia bought it, London bought it, and exacerbated the daily range. It totally exacerbated what was possible in this range. So now if I do get long at the VWAP, I have to anticipate more. I have to anticipate that the market's going to give me more than is even there to give. So yesterday you did get more because so many people were caught offside. So many people were wrong. That's why you got this explosion to the upside. That's why so many shorts were wrong. Boom. This is what we call icing on the cake. We want to get this stuff. One of these two blocks is what we're after. And that's all we want. And that's all we can ever plan to achieve every single day. That's all we can ever plan. That's all the options market can do. That's all anybody can do. The options market gives you an expected range every single Friday, Saturday for what is expected on the S&P 500. I give you guys that data. You can get it for free off of that platform. That's math telling you, it's not some, you know what I mean? They're doing the exact same thing, only they're adding in high event risk that's on the docket for that week, all of it, and a few other things. And that's how they get their range. It is exactly like this, higher or lower, right? So you have to build a strategy inside of what the pros are doing. And we can go ahead and play it out, but we know literally it's not done anything. Yeah. That's it. That's literally about all I can teach you all. Right? Because that's how you get your targets, your entry points. You can use other indicators to help you identify trend. Like I know a couple people that use and they use moving averages on an intraday chart. Like a 15-minute chart. They'll look at their 20, their 50, stuff like that. Or 100. Right? Maybe a 200. Because this will tell them like price has moved this far away from the 21 or whatever, right? So if it is going to bounce at the lows or near the lows of day and head back up, then I want to buy 100 retest. You can do stuff like that. I have no problem with it. I want you all to make money. I want you to use what I can give you to help you. Then I want you to manage your own money, and I want you to tweak it. I want you to give yourself entries for other reasons. I want you to get involved with this, because once you build a strategy that works consistently, you're going to love it. It's going to get much better. You're following me, you're already doing something, right? You're going to do better just from what I'm telling you, because at least now you have positive expectations of what's probable. Most retail traders don't even have plausible expectations. Their expectations are far beyond what the market could probably even do. I've literally had people give me freaking 20 standard deviation moves for their profit target that they expected would happen within an hour. Like, they are so far off base, they will never ever make money. If you're looking for a freaking 20x standard deviation move inside of a daily range, like, that's, if we just round it down to 100 points a day, there's a 7x return. And you expect that to happen when? No, you are clearly inexperienced in this business. You are clearly inexperienced. Everything works in trading, just not all the time, because we can't predict the future. If we could, then I would be a trillionaire, not a billionaire. I would be the richest man on the planet. But we can do things to help hone our edge. On a choppy day, you're going to see a bunch of garbage, right? But just look how good a simple 100 EMA works on catching potential trading spots. This is at 9:30, by the way, 9 o'clock in the morning, right before the open. There's no way that would have been the projected potential target. No way. It would have been somewhere in here probably. But then it got all that. It just does a pretty good job. So if you are struggling on your intraday trades, say your biases are good, your biases are good. You're good at understanding what the market's doing. Is it up year to date? That's question number one. Is it up year to date? Okay, great. How far is it up off the low of the year? That's another thing. Like, are you close to the low of the year? Because if you are, then clearly you're probably about to make a fresh yearly low, or you're going to bounce. Those are the only two things that can happen down there. You're either going to make a fresh one or you're going to bounce, right? So once you get that stuff, then you can tighten up your edge intraday. Intraday. Now the VWAP did not work, right? But the daily open did. Couple that with a moving average. So far that trade is working. Will it work? No, I have no idea. There's no way I can tell you. Will it get back to 30.32? I can tell you this, it's 100% probable. Absolutely it can get up there. So had you been able to pull an entry off of a 100 EMA on an intraday basis on a 15-minute time frame at the daily open, that just made your probable, like your expectations better? No, it doesn't make any trade better, but it can help you. You know not to buy it here now. Why? Well, you're too close to the probabilistic target range. But you could definitely buy it here, can't you? A, it's the daily open. B, you never even close one 15-minute candle under that. And you tested it for 45 minutes. There's a 45-minute window right there for you to take an entry. And your target would merely be right there. 30.34. And don't be afraid to ever take profits a little quicker, because it's already been up there twice. Chances of it getting up there again are less likely. The most probable scenario for the rest of the day is it trades inside of this green and red box for the rest of the day. All right? And we can use other indicators to show us things like a volume profile. Look at your volume profile. Where's the point of control? Right here. So you don't want to get long there? No. Nope. Down here would have been the best place to get long based on the open of the day. Now, we had no way of knowing at 9:30 that we would get to the open, right? That's where patience comes into play on your end. Don't want to short it just because it's up here. The better trade may be get long on a bullish asset at a support zone, which is what I always say. Always. If you want to be a trend follower, do what the trend is doing. Get long at support. If the market is weak, short resistance. Whatever market it is. If it's a risk market and the risk market is bullish but your market is bearish, do you want to short that? The answer should be no. If you're going to short it, you pretty much want all things to be in line with your short trade. You don't want to be the only person in the world that's looking for a short. You want billions of other people looking for that same trade. So do whatever you can to help you. But at least at the very minimum, learn how to analyze trend objectively, because you can do it. It is possible. It is 100% possible to objectively analyze a trend. And it is always going to start with, where is the yearly open? Always. Now, what month are you in? July. Okay, where is that open? Are we above that? And are we above the year? Yep. Check. You're bullish on the year. Objectively, you're up on the year. You are up exactly wherever the yearly open is to where near-term price is trading. That's how many percent you're up on the year. Have you made a fresh yearly high? Are you near the yearly high? These are things that will help you judge strength of trend. Strength of trend. Also important. It shows you momentum. Or you can look at an indicator to judge momentum. All things that I've been teaching you guys, that will help your probabilities more. You will be able to get in at better all you're doing is you are applying risk at a high probable area. And if you're on the right side of the trend, all you're doing is you're simply trying to position yourself to take advantage of something that is already happening. That is the most simplified way I can explain what we do as traders, as investors. We are looking for the best opportunistic places to get involved, to put money to work. For us, we want to use our money to make more money based off of the strength of trend in the asset of our choosing. And we are trend followers. That literally sums it all up. That's all we're doing. We're not predicting price. Never. I am not predicting price. I am putting capital to work at a place that I think is a good place to put that capital to work. And if the trend continues in the direction it's already going, then I will be rewarded for that action. Yeah, when AI gets smarter, it's going to be difficult, probably, to trade against robots because they can only use data to make a decision. They will probably figure out new things that a human being never would have thought of and make an absolute killing in the markets. And I promise you, rich people are currently building those models out, but they're building them out to work for them. There's a guy that I recently just found on YouTube who does Elliott Wave. He has an AI that helps give them their targets. And all they're doing is inputting the data that I am telling you right now. They are taking the average true range, the strength of trend, and a few other metrics to basically judge their targets. He is a trend follower. It's exactly what I'm telling you to do. How to do this manually. You can build algos around it. You can build an AI to do it. All of it. I just don't trust robots putting on risk and then taking it off, right? What if the robot fails or it slips a line of code and it doesn't exit when it should have, and then I lose my whole account because it put me in a position, right? And my discretion couldn't say, hey, that should be exited because it's a freaking robot. It can only do what it's programmed to. It can't think up new shit to do. It can only do what it's programmed to do. Now, if you have time and you want to do it. All right? I have no problem with it. Just make sure you're overseeing its actions. But yeah, That's how people are doing this successfully. OJ futures. I don't trade orange juice futures, but I can look. Might be of interest. Strength over the past week after retesting the breakout of its macro downtrend and finding support on a second test of the 1990 yearly high. Interesting. What's the OJ ticker? Is it just OJ? Frozen orange juice? Futures on orange juice. What is that? ICE. Is it an American broker? I don't see a US broker here. I mean, ICE US. That's us. I guess. Hang on a second. What have I done here? There we go. I'll check Magic. Let me look at this real quick. Just to make sure that I'm not looking at some stupid that is not what you want to look at. Let me go get barchart.com. This freaking website takes so long to pull up. I hate using it. So many freaking ads. Is it a grain or is it soft? Orange juice would be soft, right? There it is. Now wait 35 minutes while the website tries to pull up the ticker. Yeah, sometime today, please. 288.85. All right, that's where we are right now. That's a 6 month. Can I do year to date? No. There's year to date. Okay, let me just go look at this thing on the monthly, because you said it's testing a 1990 level. 90 open. Yeah, that's going back a little far. Like you're saying a 1990 yearly open, and it bounced. There's a lot of other levels that I see that would have been of more relevance. More of a near term, right? Like you could have used this yearly open. This one, you also tested the January or the 2023 yearly open and rejected, right? And is bouncing. One thing I'm noticing right off the bat is strength of trend. It is strong, bro, to the downside this year. Very strong. You completely smoked last year's low. You're currently testing that. That can and might act as resistance. That's 24. That's where you are. Okay, but I like this. So the strength of trend was like, if this month right here, I would have been telling you to be very careful buying that much momentum to the downside. You know what I'm saying? But now that you've had 3 months of obviously building in a range here, okay, I like it. But unfortunately, I would not be a buyer just yet. All right, June's high. Now it's range bound. May's high is probably a better target actually, because it's right above June's high. You got a double top, so that's probably the near-term target. Very strong week this week. So this is, since it is orange juice, there's going to be a lot of factors influencing decision makers on this asset. Factors that I don't look at. Strength of crop, ripeness of fruit, when is harvest season, do we have a good enough rain? Things like that are going to influence futures on these kind of products. Please keep that in mind. I know it's a meme at this point because of the movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy. That's what they were trading, right? And the guys were what? They were buying insider information on a freeze or something like that. Like a really cold year, they expected the fruit to do bad or some shit, but then they got in there and changed the guy's paperwork. That's how they beat them. They basically also traded on insider information. Everybody should have went to jail in that movie. And if it was reality, they would have. Every single one of them would have went to prison for insider trading, even if it was a bet or not, right? Yeah, something has happened. Some macro thing has happened with orange juice. Very range bound, very tough trading this. Very much momentous today. Don't know if I'd want to short this based on just the price action. I don't understand what this garbage is, but it is what it is, right? I don't understand what's going on. I don't have data to this. Maybe I can pull it up on Tasty. OJ not found. That's literally the ticker. OJU25. Yeah, I can't even pull up orange juice in my broker. And I can trade futures. I don't know what's up with that. I can't trade it. I would just tell you to be careful. I don't know how levered this product is. I don't understand why I can't see intraday data. The market's open, clearly. Maybe it's just that illiquid. I mean, there's just literally not that many people trading it. Maybe it's just too expensive. I don't know what the deal is. But clearly there's some funky price action going on here. But, I mean, you can see the clear range it's trading in. If you get a breakout and you stay consistent above it, let's see what, if we get, yeah, we really don't. I mean, there's a couple times here where we got, like, we could watch the momentum indicator and, buy. There's a 50 test. Absolutely perfect. Yeah. So I mean, just using a simple moving average strategy is sometimes going to work and sometimes it ain't, right? Look, very, very freaking choppy here, but look at that breakout. Look at that power. See, that would be nice if we could get something like that on Bitcoin or Farcoin, since I currently have a long. Come on, man. Give me 20 days right in a row straight up like that. Let me have them. Yeah. Very, very weird price action. But you're in a range. The range has held. Will it hold now? I don't know. But it has held. I think, judging by the momentum, seeing how we were just there, on the second day of the month and then we reversed, that would tell me to wait and see to buy a pullback, right? I can't buy it into resistance. So maybe if it pulls back the daily support here and holds, or gives you another 50 test, it gave you a perfect one there. And this daily held the midpoint of that day. So that would have been a potential trade just using the 21 and the 50 RSI. I probably wouldn't have, because I would have expected another day to test. Clearly that didn't happen. They bought it that day. So they bought it high and it gave them a higher high. Yeah, it's funky. Very funky. Tia. Did we already look at Tia? We never did. Here's Tia. It's bearish. It's near-term bullish, but long-term bearish. You're just breaking out. You're retesting June's open almost. Actually, you might find resistance here because it's May's low. The last 3 months, last 3 days, last 3 weeks. Because you're looking to potentially spot the reversal. That's why I say the last 3 candles, like on the higher time frames, you're looking for something like this. Right? That's a swing high. You're looking for a swing low to be a buyer. You'd be looking for something like this. Right? That's a swing low. So the last 3, especially on a range bound, remember, anytime you're trading inside of the previous candle, that is called an inside candle. There's only 3 kinds of candlesticks: inside, outside, and trending. I know there's a million candlestick patterns, right? What do you got? Your thread, your dead crows, and your hammers and your inverteds, and there's only 3 kinds: a trending candle, an inside, or an outside candle. That's it. They don't make any other kind. It's a trending candle if you take out the previous candle's high or low. If you don't take out the previous candle's high or low, it's an inside candle. And then it's an outside candle when you take out the previous candle's high and low. Also known as reversal candles. Right? It's generally when you make an outside, you're reversing. Judging by this candle, at some point in the month, you took out the previous one's high and reversed. Then you traded down and took out the low. This was your downside continuation month. It might have not played out that way. This entire down move could have played out in one day. I don't know. I can't see that. I can just tell you, looking at the monthly, this was your trending candle. So until you take out this candle's high, this is still in the context of a downtrending market. Very much so. Very much so. There's your yearly open way up there. Very strong yearly trend here. Very strong. Very, very strong yearly downtrend. However, on the very near term, so like most other assets, their low of the year was put in April, right? Almost all other assets that we looked at that's bullish or that we're looking to be a buyer on, they set their yearly lows in April. This did not. This has made fresh yearly low, then fresh yearly low, then fresh yearly low, then fresh yearly low. There is a double bottom on this. Right there. This is a potential target in the future, as long as June's high, which is there, stays intact. I think that's, yeah. All right. So if this candle high stays intact, there's also a double top here. So you pretty much have double-sided targets for trend continuation or for a potential trend reversal. On TUSDT, you're kind of in the middle of no man's land. So if you fib that monthly range, clearly this is a breakout week. You took out this down week. That was your last trending week, and you've taken out the high. So you're in the midst right now of having bullish momentum to the upside. So I wouldn't love the short, but I would be able to watch to see if sellers come into play here. Not here, because I know it can run up to there. If it gets up here and above it, then you could potentially say, well, it does look like they're looking to take out that double top. Like, at least the probabilities are better than the low being smoked up there. So I couldn't do anything with this. I can't be a buyer and I cannot be a seller. The daily is going to tell you that you have bullish momentum, which we knew that. By looking at the weekly, we knew we had bullish momentum. You do not have weekly momentum. The weekly is still very much structured bearishly. You're just now breaking back above what's considered super weak or super bearish momentum on the weekly. Anything below the 40 is like massively momentous. And the near term has to reverse before the long term can. We know that, right? It happens on the freaking 1 minute chart sometimes. These reversals take place. So I can't be a buyer up here. But if we retest the 50 on the RSI or the 21 exponential, and we hold that as support on a pullback, I could potentially be a buyer. But I would be buying a very weak asset on the yearly trend. A severely weak asset. Like, very bad. I do not use the 100 ever in my longer term analysis. Ever. I only care really about that 21. Because the 200 is going to be way above price. Unless you're super bullish, and in that scenario, the 200 is going to be way underpriced, right? The 200 exponential is rarely helpful unless you're testing it. Unless you're testing it. And it wasn't even helpful then, was it? You blasted right through it, traded above it for a long time, and then it was very choppy here for a minute. So your moving averages did very little to help you on this. This is a BART. That happens in crypto all the time. Here's another BART with downside continuation. This asset literally only BARTs, but it used to be a good asset, or people used to love to buy it. Then it BARTed to the upside. But now, and for the last 2 years, it has done nothing but go down. Does it find support? Are these the lows? Maybe. If they are the lows, then you should get a potential buying opportunity higher, like around 155 to 170. Should be a buying opportunity in there if it's going to go up. But judging by the strength of trend and everything else, I would probably hold out and watch for the short myself. That's just what I would do. That doesn't mean I would be right. I have no clue if I'd be right or not. But judging the strength of that trend I would say buyers will lose interest on this thing. Unless this is a reversal. If there's a macro reason why it's reversing and not just because Bitcoin is going up, therefore all alts are. Or you could say dominance is going down, therefore you're seeing a bounce on most alts. So if dominance ever starts to get strong again, like if you see dominance roll over, I would be shorting this, not buying it. I would be looking for the short. If resistance holding, I would short it. That's what I would do. But I can't see into the future ever. Like I said, there's a beautiful double top to target up there for long entries. And it wouldn't be that much. Like it's a 10% trade way up there. But judging by the strength of these 3 days, you could get up there in one really good day or 2 good days. So it is possible that it keeps going higher. They definitely got the bears on their back feet right now. Back foot. The bears are on their hind leg, as my dad would probably say. It's costly to convert from USDT to USD on Binance too, but way better than Coinbase. Yeah, I'm in America. I don't think I can even get a Binance account, can I? Like, didn't they shut Binance US down? Don't you need like a VPN to open a Binance account? I remember trying to open up a Binance account years ago, and I remember being specifically told that my IP address sucked. And I couldn't do it. You know what I mean? Like, the computer literally gave me a slap in the face and was like, with that IP? Are you crazy? The space bar did it. It reached up and went, psh, psh. No, you can't do that. Maybe things are different now. I don't know. Lumber doing something similar. Well, like I said, the only futures that I really trade are like Bitcoin and ES. I trade oil futures and gold, Bitcoin, ES. I don't even trade NQ because the NQ futures are too volatile for my risk parameters. Like, it's too risky for me. If I was trying to become a billionaire, I would be trading NQ, not ES. But I'm not trying to become a billionaire. I'm trying to manage my risk. I'm not trying to lose my money. And it's very easy to lose your money on NQ. And on the small account, I even started I traded the NQ futures a couple times when we were in the bear market. My dumbass tried to short it on one of those days that it was like a super big spike. I think I lost like $400. That was like 20% of the account. Like, no, that ain't good. And that's on the micro NQs. Those bastards move, man. They move fast. Very difficult to manage risk. So I stay out of the NQ. ES, micro ES. I like, my targets are pretty humble. Like, I don't need thousands upon thousands of dollars on the P&L for the day. Couple $100, I'm golden. If I can just keep doing that, I'm golden. I'm rich. Magic. I know this thing was on fire the other day. Wouldn't be surprised if it's still on fire. We're gonna have to wrap this up. Been going live for 5 hours. Huge live stream. 2:30. My gosh. Where does time go? Magic. Yeah, it's pulling back 2 days in a row now. This is still consistent with more upside. Be careful. Looking for shorts. It could just fall out like it did here. Boom. But this candlestick structure, as long as the midpoint on this candle is still intact, this structure is still consistent with a bullish move. It's called a bull flag. Like if you look at it on an hourly, well, not an hourly, let's try a 4 hour. It's getting to the point to where it is no longer a bull flag. The flag is getting too long in the tooth. So it needs to break out soon, or your bull flag buyers are going to be no longer impressed. Right? I'd say if it stays sideways, even after that, it's probably going lower. If it can't break out soon and get upside continuation, I would probably be shorting it. But yesterday and today, still consistent with bullish breakout. Still consistent. Your supports have held once built. This support was built. It held. This closed higher. That support higher. You're wedging up. That is consistent for a breakout. Right? That's how you make a bull flag, is by wedging up on the small time frames. The hourly already looks like the flag no good. Bull flag no bueno. But I would, if you're a pattern trader, if you break down out of this flag and then instantly don't reverse, I would say you're probably going to see more downside. To be very careful. I hope we don't get this same formation on Bitcoin. But it is the weekend, and since we've not done anything on anything today, we should have traded Hype. Look at Hype up there making fresh daily high. You bastard. Farcoin still nada. Farcoin is still consistent with a rejection today. I don't love that. So maybe Hype is a fart. Hype is a short, not a fart. It's a short, maybe. Looks good. But it's already made its move. We're late in the day. We're going to wrap it up. You guys have a fantastic rest of your day. Make sure you guys have a fantastic weekend also. And I'll talk to my members only on Sunday at 11 a.m. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Make sure you guys trade safe, trade smart, and as always, happy trading.